Bro got the fully cooked burger, dude. Anyway, howdy howdy. Good morning. Oh man, I've been waking up a lot later recently. Maybe that's because this new room I have doesn't have like as much sunlight in it as as how it was previously at the other house. I'm pretty sure that's how I used to wake up, just all the natural sunlight just coming in. Ah, well, maybe I'll get used to it. Maybe I'll start setting an alarm again, who knows. Maybe I should just set an alarm in general. But yeah, howdy howdy, good morning. Gonna be... I was gonna say playing more Umineko, but I guess it's pretty much just reading it. Reading more Umineko. I'm still like... Not gonna lie, I'm still kind of tired. Let me just chug the rest of this coffee. Maybe that'll help me get going. I was thinking maybe I need to get more sugar because I ran out. But I think I'm starting to enjoy this. Just coffee and milk. Nothing else. Turn into York, dude. Maybe I should also try playing... Well, I don't know how much fun playing Delhi Premonition might be. Considering I've watched like a couple playthroughs of it. Oh. Also, I kind of wanted to continue playing Jack 2, but I guess we can do that during the weekend. Yeah, let me fish before we get started. I want to catch a fish. You know, I'm now noticing that I have like a subscriber badge on my name. Yo, lobster. 25 months. A little over 2 years. Alright, what am I doing? Other games? Yeah. There we go. There we go. There we go. Oh, this song's just about done now anyway. Goofing off for like 6 minutes. Alright. Get that out of here. Give me the seagulls. The sea cats, I guess. Is that really how they're called? I guess it is. Why would it not be? It's so strange to me. Rondo of the Witch and Reasoning. Let's... How do you do this? Low. Boom, boom. The bell chimes. Alright, so... I wonder if any of this updated. If we have this guy's entry now, as well as Frost. He lead with an E? Is that a typo? Is it supposed to be leads? The family conference, however, the others simply think he's trying to get all the inheritance for himself. And this further strains the tensions between them. He is a real estate investor and has put a lot of money into the development of resort. However, results have been harshly criticized. Now, it looks like these are all the same. I don't think I read Nanjo's description, though. Long-time friend, he once ran a hospital on Najima, but he turned it over to his son. Now, oh, maybe I did read this. Okay. Inzo, Cross. I'm trying to remember their names before I click on them. I I forgot hers. Gatsui, alright. Jessica. Nanjo. Mm... Oh, this is Rudolph. George. Battler. Maria. I can't remember her name. Eva, okay. And his name... It's lost on me. Hideyoshi, okay. Right, right. Her name is also lost to me. Kairi. Rosa. I wanted to say Sarah for some reason. That's so far off. Oh man, maybe I'm starting to think maybe it should be like a bi-weekly something that we play Umineko. Oh, my memory isn't built for remembering these things. I'm sure it'll stick with me soon. Then we have the head servant. His name is... His name is... Oh, fuck. Yeah, can't remember it. Genji! Alright. Shannon, Conan, Goda, Kuma... Sawa? Yeah, okay. So, out of all of these, it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 of them I couldn't remember? Yeah. That's not too bad. I remembered a little over half of them. Anyway. Right. The last we left off, Kinzo was going crazy. Started raining. Begging Beatrice to come back. Threw one of his rings away. And... Oof. And before that, a little before all that episode he had, uh, there's the whole thing with Maria not being able to find a rose, and her mother is slapping the heck out of her. Yeah, let me finish up this coffee. You're feeling a bit more awake now. Oop, I continued to text. But right. Oh, I tried moving my keyboard and I accidentally pushed space. Hold on. Alright, I'm all caught up again. I think I remember everything. So let's see. A news sticker popped up on the top of the TV program we were watching. The disaster report told how municipalities municipalities all over the world were continuously sending out rain, flood, and wave warnings. Also. Sorry, so many distractions. My glasses were like dirty. Annoying the hell out of me. I should try contacts like again someday. Putting them in is it sucks. I remember hating it, but that was many years ago. A millennia ago when I was like still in middle school, I think. When I first tried it, didn't like it, and then just stayed with glasses from then on. I mayhaps be a bit older now. Maybe it's not so bad. I should try it again. Alright, now we can, for real. Of course, the raindrops beating harshly on the window were even more convincing. I like very hard, like, hitting rain, though. I want hard-hitting rain that lasts forever.
そりゃ雨ぜ。台風の速度が遅いそうだから、下手すりゃ明日も丸一日こんな調子らしいぜ。
Entire day tomorrow.
ちょっとの天気でも船は欠航するもんだしよ。
やっぱり日曜日のうちには引き上げられないか。
Oh, unfortunate.
念のため月曜日に外部とのスケジュールを入れなくて正解だったよ。
Damn responsible.
ってことは月曜の学校はサボれそうだな。島生活ってのも悪くないもんだぜ。そういや、ジェシカは登校って毎日船で通ってるわけだろ？
Really? A boat? Every day to school?
船が欠航したら学校はどうなるんだ？カメハメハ大王並みに雨が降ったらお休みで風が吹いたら遅刻してか？
船が出なきゃ休みになるぜ。もっともそう甘くはねえけどな。
What, you're forced to study at home or
大
something?
抵その代わりに自習が
Yeah,
指示され
there it
て、
is.
後でかっちりと見られるから、そうそう気楽でもねえさ。
例えば梅雨なんかの長く天気が崩れる時期だと数日間くらい登校できないこともあるんじゃねえのか？
そういうこともあるぜ。でも毎日きっちり担任から電話がかかってきて、どう自習しろ、何を提出しろとすっぱく指導されるけどな。
Man, that sounds rough.
バトラ君が考えてるほど簡単にはサボれないよ。船で通う人たちのルールに従ってしっかり勉強をしているよ。
むしろ登校できた方が気楽だぜ。自分の部屋じゃ気が散るし、集中もできねえしな。
All room, I get distracted and can't concentrate. Boy, do I know that feeling. Holy.
それでいて、問題集ばっかり数日もやらされてると、かなり精神的に応えるもんがあるぜ。大学の時にはよ、寮のあるところに入って、さっさとこんな不便な島はおさらばしたいもんだぜ。
へえ。じゃあよ、ちなみに行きは天気が良くても帰りは悪くて欠航ってなったらどうすんだ？学校に泊まるのか？
そういうのはよくあることだぜ。
That actually happens a lot?
だから帰島できない人用の宿泊所があってよ、そこに寝泊まりするんだよ。下手すりゃ数日間家に帰れないこともあったりするぜ。
For a few days at a time?
乗車率が 200% を超えるような満員電車で毎日通勤通学しなければならない人から見てみると、船の通学なんて趣があって良さそうだななんて、やっぱりいろいろと苦労があるんだね。
よく無神経な観光客がそういうこと言ってるぜ。
I don't know if I would want to ride a boat to school every day. I don't know if I want to ride a boat. Regardless, I'd fall into water and I'm gone forever. Dissolve, fizzle, out of existence.
私は島の生活なんてもうお腹いっぱいだね。
I did very much enjoy walking to school though, even though it was like, what, a mile away? Maybe somewhere around that. Wasn't too far. It was a fun walk.
早く高校出て
Had to wake
こ
up
んな島とはお
a
さらば
bit
したいぜ。
earlier than I would have needed if I decided to take the bus. But walking was fun.
高校にだって全寮制のところとかあったろうよ。なんでわざわざ新島の学校を選んだんだよ。
Maybe her parents forced her to go there.
私は最初からそれを希望してたぜ。でもおふくろがよ、当主後継ぎとしての修行やらマナ
Yeah,
ーやらが
okay.
うんぬんってうるさくてよ。
Yeah, that one seemed obvious.
結局高校も地元になっちまったのさ。はあ、こんな島はごめんだぜ。早く都会で生活したいよ。雨が降ろうが槍が降ろうがラフな格好でサンダルを履けば5分足らずでコンビニに行けるような都会に引っ越したいぜ。
もう少しの辛抱だよ。高校卒業まであとちょっとでしょ。
そのちょっとも我慢できねえぜ。
Just a little longer, you can do it. Let me move. Let's see what's up. There we go. Becca stretched out and reclined in the sofa. Ooh, I love doing that. Sometimes I fall asleep in my sofa whenever I recline it. Maybe it was a bad time slot, because there wasn't any interesting programs on, and we had nothing to do but languidly kill the time until we were called for dinner. After that episode, Maria never returned to the cousin's room after all. Shouldn't you maybe, like, it's starting to rain. Maybe you should, like, go back and check? And Rosa probably took her back to the mansion. Aww. It had to be pretty boring for Maria all by herself, while the adults had a confusing conversation. We thought we might as well head over to the mansion to see her, but the weather really was awful. And since there wasn't much time until dinner, we stayed where we were. At that time, we heard the sound of a humble knock. Jessica answered.
お食事の準備が整いました。お屋敷へお越しください。
It was Kanun-kun's voice. Did he go to all the trouble of coming from the mansion in this rain just to get us? Couldn't he have just called us on the telephone? Well, I guess servants at work don't always get to take the most efficient route.
なんとなくお腹が空いてきた頃だったしね。
Kinda loves getting wet. Hold on, that sounds a bit strange.
行こう
So
か。
howdy howdy. Jordaniki turned off the television and stood up.
俺はとっくにペコペコ。本家の晩餐は毎回凝ってるしな。
Man, I don't know how I feel about Maria's condition right now.
それにゴーダさん、子牛のステーキとか言ってなかったっけ？たまらねえぜ。
親族会議の日は特に豪華になるしな。私だって楽しみだぜ。行こう行こ
I mean, like, I hope she still isn't out in the rain right now. We're gonna end up passing by her. Yo, how are you not, like, drenched? As we left the room, Kanokun bowed silently and respectfully.
う。じゃあ行こうぜ。 外の振りはだいぶひどいだろ
はい。お召し物を濡らさぬよう、十分ご注意ください。
After seeing the three of us out, Kanan-kun peered into an empty room.
マリア様はいらっしゃいませんか？
う。一緒じゃないぜ。ローザおばさんと一緒じゃないのかよ。
Oh no. The chandelier. Meanwhile, Rosa was lying on a sofa in an empty parlor, having fallen asleep before she knew it. She was bearing a burden that the children couldn't even imagine. That's why she only needed to let her guard down a little before the weariness immediately dragged her into the world of sleep. Realizing this, Genji brought a blanket over to her. When he tried to spread it over her, eyes snapped open as though she'd been shocked with electricity.
ありがとう。源氏さんなのね。
At some level of stress, when she realized that the thing that had touched her was just a blanket, and that Genji had been considerably giving it to her, she let out a sigh of relief.
起こしてしまいましたか。失礼いたしました。
いえ、いいの。寝るつもりじゃなかったから。今は何時なの？
When he was asked for the time, Genji checked a pocket watch that he took out of his chest pocket.
6時を少し過ぎたところです。
Rosa gave her head a little shake when she realized that not much time had actually passed, even though it felt like she slept for ages. I get that too sometimes. Sometimes while just relaxing and sitting back watching your like YouTube videos, I'll end up like falling asleep, like in the middle of them for like 5 minutes. 5, 10, 15 minutes. And then like snap back awake. Thinking I've been asleep for like an hour or so. When it actually had still been just a few minutes and the video's still playing. Even though she didn't feel rested at all, the drowsiness that had enveloped her must have been pretty deep.
ありがとう。毛布は結構よ。変な時間に眠っちゃダメね。すっかり時間の感覚が狂っちゃったわ。
He's just like me, for real.
雨、とうとう降り出したのね。
Only started pouring down in earnest. Rosa finally realized that the peaceful sound that had put her to sleep was actually rain. She is like me. I don't slap children. It's otherwise right now.
風もだいぶ出てるよね。
Wind's blowing hard too.
いよいよ台風なのかしら。
そのようにテレビでは申しております。遅い台風ですよ。
Ah, dude!
明日いっぱいは
Darn,
こ
why?
んな
Howdy.
調子だそうです。
Always hitting me with things.
そう。この素敵なバラ庭園も日中のあれが見納めだったのね。
From the window, what she could see of the rose garden was completely blurred by the wind and the rain.
マリア。 マリアは？
You gonna check on your child?
私はお見かけしておりませんが、ゲストハウスにお戻りではないでしょうか。
Oh, don't give me this music. Okay, continue. Rosa knew her daughter's nature well, so a chill ran down her spine. Maria was stubbornly honest, and if she was ordered to find something that didn't exist, she would look forever and ever, even in the pouring rain.
違うわ。いとこの子たちは先に行ってしまったから、あそこにはマリア一人。あの子は誰かにもうやめろと言われない限り、たとえ槍が降ってこようとあそこに居続けるわ。傘もささずに。私は感情に任せてなんてことを。
At least she realizes it? Even though she'd known about Maria's simple honesty better than anyone, she'd once again lost control of her emotions and done something terrible. Rosa pushed Genji away and ran down the hall. Yeah, this isn't a good sight. The outside really looked like a typhoon, and the rain was pouring down spectacularly. Maybe because of some aspect of the terrain, the winds weren't typhoon class, so an umbrella wouldn't be torn out of one's hands. Even so, it was certainly a windy rain. There was no time to admire the roses being drenched.
とりあえず今はマリアが気になるぜ。まさかあの後もずっと一人でへそ曲げてあそこでバラ探しをしてるなんてことはないよな。
そうだね。さすがにこの雨じゃと思いたいところだけど、マリアちゃんはたまにすごく頑固でものすごく愚直な時がある。
We hadn't worried much, thinking that Rosa had taken her back to the mansion. However, when Kanan-kun had come from the mansion to call us and thought Maria was here, we got a little worried.
お屋敷ではお見かけしませんでしたので、てっきりこちらにおられるとばかり。ローザ様は仮眠を取られておいででしたので。
ここに来る途中に見かけなかったのかよ。
申し訳ございません。傘を差し急ぎ駆け抜けたもので、そこまでの注意を払いませんでした。
If he had cut through the rose garden and taken the shortest line between the mansion and the guest house, then he would have just barely missed the place where Maria had been looking for a rose. And it was raining this hard, too. It certainly would have been possible for Kanan-kun to fail to notice her.
ここで議論するより直接確かめる方が早いさ。兄貴、ちょいとかけっこと行こうじゃねえかよ。
6年成長したから僕に勝てるつもりかい？よし、決着をつけようじゃないか。行こう。
Trying to keep the cheery mood, Dorothy and I flew out into the rain. Just Kanan-kun followed us.
ローザおばさんだ。おばさん。
George called back. Aunt Rosa jumped at him and grabbed onto him.
マリアはどこ？ジョージ君たちと一緒じゃないの？
いえ、僕たちはあの後マリアちゃんには出会ってません。
6 years ago, Maria was 3 years old. She was a cute and pure kid who just accept whatever anyone said. But 6 years have passed since then. She's 9 now and experiencing the ups and downs of life. And let me reread that. She's 9 now and experiencing the ups and downs of life should have taught her something. But Maria, are you telling me you're still as innocent and pure as you used to be?
マリア
I love those ridiculous, obvious statements in the narration for the extra slow audience. Yeah, from what little I saw of that one video you gave me of what was it? Joseph's playthrough. He seemed to enjoy that a lot. I don't mind it all that much myself. I get it. But it also, I guess, would be a bit nicer to rework some of the lines and stuff to remove a lot of that. As I circled the roses bed, something white unexpectedly turned to face me. White? It was a white umbrella. Maria was crouching down, holding a white umbrella and still searching for that rose. She had an umbrella with her? That's good, at least. Her face, which had turned bright red from her crying her eyes out, was dirty with water and mud. It was a truly pitiful sight.
お前まだ探してたのか。
見つからない。マリアのバラ。
Maybe Goda saw that it was a wilting rose and didn't like it, so he like threw it away or something. Or Canon was earlier on in the beginning, he was like, what? He had like a wheelbarrow full of like gardening stuff, did he not? Maybe he got rid of it? The wind could have just blown it away. They said it wasn't that bad, that you can hold it without it being like torn from your hands. Maybe Maria just has a strong grip.
見つからない。
Maria had probably been here since the rain started pouring down. Her shoulders were freezing. She looked tired to the bone, but fortunately she was holding an umbrella. She wasn't completely soaked. The umbrella probably came from the handbag Maria always carried around. I wonder what kind of stuff she has in there. She had like charms. She pulled out some weird knickknacks earlier at the beach. Thank goodness. Seriously, thank goodness.
バトラ君、よかった。見つけたんだね。
ごめんなさい。本当にごめんなさい。
And Rosa threw her umbrella aside and hugged Maria.
あ
Oh, never seen that umbrella again. It's probably gone now. From the wind.
ーない。マリアのバラがない。後でママも一緒に探してあげるから。ね。だから今日はお預けにしなさい。ね。今日はお預け。
It looked like Maria still wasn't able to accept it, but she no longer had enough energy left to resist. Jessica and Kanon caught up with us.
すぐにお屋敷でタオルの用意をさせましょう。
マリア、ずっとここにいたのか。ごめんね。本当に悪いママね。ごめんね。
ローザおばさん、とりあえずお屋敷に行きましょう。このままじゃマリアちゃん風邪をひいちゃう。
そうね。マリア、行きましょう。ちゃんときれいにしないとおじい様に怒られちゃうわよ。お腹すいた。もう食事の時間だぜ。マリアはよく頑張ったよ。天気が良くなったら私たちも一緒に探してやるから。
Couldn't stay in the rain forever. We took Maria with us and headed back to the mansion. Maria apparently wasn't as worn out as I thought. When she remembered we were having calf steak for dinner, she started chanting, I'm hungry, ooh, ooh, and returned to her usual spirited self. Aunt Rosa didn't chide Maria for saying, ooh.
そっか。傘を持っていたのか。さすがマリアは物持ちがいいぜ。 マリア、傘なんか持ってない。
And where did you get it?
なんだよ。じゃあその手に持ってる白い傘はどうしたんだよ。
貸してもらった。
From what, Beatrice? Some caring person must have brought her an umbrella, but ooh. A normal kid would look for shelter once it started raining, but Maria was too stubborn to give up so easily. Well, maybe that caring person gave up on telling Maria to find shelter and then decided to at least give her an umbrella.
そう。その人にお礼を言わないとね。誰？
Of course. The name Maria cheerfully mentioned was that of the island's witch. Rosa took a deep breath and asked again, trying to do so in a way that wouldn't damage Maria's good mood.
そう。よかったわね。それで誰なの？傘を持ってきてくれた人は。おお、
Maria immediately realized that her mother didn't believe her and started crying out unhappily again. So Rosa stopped pursuing the subject. It'd probably be faster to ask whoever lent Maria the umbrella during dinner, rather than ask Maria herself. Then everyone's gonna be like, I didn't go out there, you crazy? It's raining.
お父さん、せめて晩餐にだけは出席してください。
I guess Rosa isn't all that bad. Definitely was unsure about her during the last stream. But I guess I kind of get it. Surely not.
これでは親族会議になりません。
Along with a dull pounding on the door, the sound across his entreaty could be heard. However, that voice seemed to be resigned to the fact that nothing it said would be heard.
金蔵さん、せめて夕食くらいは出んかね。あんたの顔を見ようと、息子さんたちが集まってきてるんじゃないか。黙れ南條、ビショップが聞かぬか。
The bishop.
言って足りぬ。
Apparently, Kenzo was completely focused on the final battle of his long-lasting chess match with Nanjo. Oh no, Kenzo went out in his favorite dress and gave Maria the umbrella, and now he's sick and can't come out of the room. That must have been what happened. If they better not like end up coming to that conclusion or like something similar, I'm gonna be so mad. Kenzo's brow was wrinkled as he continued to glare at the game board through his spectacles. Or else his voice didn't reach his ears.
金蔵さん、私も腹が減った。下に降りて食事をせんか。ならばお前だけで行くといい。私はもうしばらくこの一手を吟味させてもらうぞ。今夜で決着をつけてやる。
Tonight.
さもなくば、お前との決着は金輪際つけられそうにないからな。
The entire world? Chandelier. They really like this looking up at the ceiling a lot, man. Nanjo rose from his seat, hoping that it would prompt Kinzo to do the same, but Kinzo's eyes never left the chessboard. He knew well that Kinzo always displayed a blank concentration when it came to chess, but he never seen Kinzo concentrate as hard as this. It was almost as though Kinzo was telling the truth, and there would never be another chance for them to continue their contest if they didn't finish tonight. It seemed that no matter how obstinately he called out to Kinzo, it wouldn't reach the latter's heart. And so gave up and headed for the door that Cross was still banging on. The door to the study opened. Cross was taken aback, thinking that maybe Kinzo was actually coming out. However, Nanjo was the one who appeared, and Cross let out a sigh of relief. Relief, huh?
親父殿は
Not coming out.
お役に立てなくて申し訳ございませんな。今や金蔵さんの世界はこの部屋だけです。
Nanjo shook his head with a completely defeated expression. Cross raised his fist once more and banged on the door, shouting,
お父さん、聞こえますか。私たちは下へおりますが、気が向かれたらいつでもおいでください。息子兄弟一同、ずっとお待ちしておりますよ。
His voice was very loud and he was making a racket pounding on the door. There was no way it wouldn't reach Kinzo's ears. Well, it was certainly reaching him, but he ignored it anyway. Oh, just like my cats. However, unlike the time he'd been called down for lunch, he didn't fly into a rage. By now, Kinzo was calm at heart, almost though he had taken on a philosophical view and turned himself over to fate.
晩餐にも息子たちの顔にも興味はない。
Great grandfather.
私がここを出るのは、ベアトリーチがよみがえる時か、私が鍵の生贄に選ばれた時だけだ。
Wait, tell him that Beatrice is around. She handed Maria an umbrella.
もう悪魔のルーレットは回っている。今さら晩餐に何の意味があろ
As though the painfully loud banging on the door completely. Or. My reading comprehension! As though the painfully loud banging on the door completely failed to enter his hearing, Kinzo suddenly thought about his next move. His next chess move, still in his philosophical state. Jeez. Maybe I should have started with like a children's book or something. Just as always, Kinzo's figure couldn't be seen anywhere in the dining hall. Ross, wearing a bitter smile, returned with Nanjo.
親父殿は相変わらずご気分が優れられないそうだ。
Maybe. Maybe.
年に一度の親族が集まるこの機会に同席できないことを非常に残念がられておられた。
I'm sure he does regret it. Sniggered. That's a dangerous word, Eva. Okay. Given Kinzo's personality, there was no way he'd show signs of regret. And none of his relatives showed any regret at his absence.
ではディナーを始めようじゃないか。
Just watch the anime, it's naturally just as good as the VN. Does it actually have an anime?
ゴーダ、始めたまえ。
かしこまりました。
No. It does and it's bad. Oh. You had me interested for a moment there. I actually haven't watched any anime in a while. After that like binge of getting through like 10 of them in a row like late last year. Oh, there was Solo Leveling, like the second season that finished that I wanted to binge through. Maybe I'll do that in the weekend.
それでは始めさせていただきます。
Angoda was told to start the family conference dinner, his biggest time to shine of the whole year. He nodded with a broad grin.
マリアに傘を貸してくれた人は誰かしら？
When Rosa timidly cut through the silence of the dining hall, everyone noticed.
傘？何の話？その、さっきマリアがバラ庭園にいた時に雨が降り出して、誰かに白い傘を借りたみたいなんだけど、お礼が言いたくて。
俺たちじゃねえぜ。
It wasn't us, and then Beatrice appears. It was me. Hinzo dashes down the hallway as fast as he could at the slight shearing of her voice.
ローザが出てった後は部屋を移してずっと仲良くおしゃべりをしてたからな。
Friendly chat, huh? Clearly, anime was for smart people who could see past the errors and did not need the answer arcs. So it's only the question stuff that the anime is about?
はは、そうやで。あの後も兄弟で仲良くおしゃべりをしとったのや。
The word friendly fell awkwardly from Hideyoshi's lips. Even those who hadn't been present could tell the conversation hadn't been a pleasant one.
少なくとも私とエヴァとルドルフと、あと秀吉さんとキリエさんではないことも確かだがね。
But some of the changes make the mysteries impossible to solve? That's just like bad. How to would it be localization? Just a bad adaptation, I guess. You're dummy, maybe. You need to read the original VN to understand the anime. Probably a couple animes like that, yeah.
私たちは夏日姉さんとローザさんが出て行った後もずっと一緒だったわ。食事の時間までずっとね。兄さんは源氏さんと一緒にお父様を呼びに上の書斎へ。
And who was Umbrella?
私たちはそのまま食堂へ直行したもの。だから私たちではないわね。傘を貸すなんて親切、使用人の誰かじゃないの？
じゃあ合田さん？
私はずっと厨房で準備をしておりましたもので、申し訳ございません。
But it looks slightly disappointed about missing this chance to show off. It was me! I did it! To be fair, it was adapted before the answer arcs were written, so they didn't really know what they had to include and what could be cut out. That's I guess that's a rough situation to be in. Just make it up. Full Metal Alchemist it. And then do it again. Remake the entire anime. Brotherhood it. I'll watch it. At that time, Shannon and Kumasawa appeared, pushing a serving cart loaded with hors d'oeuvres. I think that's how that's pronounced. I don't know, maybe you should have been smarter, just figure out the answer that they know it's important.
じゃあ熊沢さんかシャノンちゃんかしら？はい。何か粗相がございましたでしょうか？
So nerves. Because Shannon had come in part way, she shrank back, mistakenly thinking that the others were searching for the ones responsible for some error.
違うよ。マリアちゃんがバラ庭園に一人でいた時に雨が降ってきてね。誰かが傘を貸してくれたんだよ。ローザおばさんがその人にお礼を言いたいって言うのさ。
ああ、ベアトリーチェ。
Maria, her mouth a thin line, said the witch's name in a small voice. Aunt Rosa explained the situation one more time. As she did, Kumasawa cackled.
私たちでもございませんよ。私もシャノンさんも一緒にお部屋の準備をしておりましたから、お外には出ておりません。
はい、気が利かなくてすみません。
部屋の準備とは何のことかね？
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Just getting the rooms ready because it's late and you guys need to sleep?
この雨ですから、客人の皆さんがゲストハウスにお帰りになられるのも大変かと思って、使用人たちに屋敷内の客室の準備をするように命じたのです。
Your wife is smarter than you are, jeez.
あら、気が利く
And
じ
you're
ゃない。
like trying to make whole resorts and stuff, dude?
そうね。この雨の中、表に追い出すのは失礼だものね。
もう予算か。
はい、奥様からそのようにご指示を受けまして、私と熊沢さんとカノン君の3人で準備をしておりました。そしてご夕食の時間になり、源氏様からゲストハウスのお子様方をお呼びするようご指示をいただいたため。
ええ。ですから、カノンさんがゲストハウスに行かれるときに、マリアさんを見つけて、傘をお渡ししたのではあり
The
ません
game
か？
a bit too loud. Always worried about that, like the way the audio things look on my other monitor here. Was it very smart? What? Why else would a man in his 50s still be living with his parents? Because he's waiting for him to die so he can get more money. He's probably only here to try looking for that gold.
ほー、
Oh, she's angry.
違う。
The wind is strong. The person who had actually received the umbrella denied it. Rosa was troubled. All she wanted to do was give a word of thanks to the person who had lent the umbrella, but she couldn't find them. And she thought asking like this with everyone gathered for dinner would work immediately.
じゃあ夏日姉さん？
ごめんなさい。私は皆さんとの仲良くの語らいの後、 頭痛がひどかったので自分の部屋で休んでいました。ですから表へは出ていません。
なら誰なの？ジョージ君たち？なわけないわよね。
いえ、僕たちじゃありません。僕たちはずっとゲストハウスでテレビを見てました。
むしろ私たちはマリアはおばさんと一緒に屋敷に行ったとばかり。
そこへカノン君が来て、マリアは一緒じゃないのかと聞いたんで、初めて屋敷にはいないのかって分かったんだよ。第一俺だったら傘を貸すより先に手引っ張って屋根の下に連れて行くぜ。
The mystery music. Rosa was completely baffled. One by one, the relatives and the servants denied that they had done it, even though it wasn't really something anyone would need to hide. So, by process of elimination, the number of remaining candidates wasn't large.
もちろん私でもありませんが、雨が降り始めてすぐの頃、金蔵さんの部屋を訪ねて、ついさっきまで一緒にチェスをしておりました。
This music really sets the mood.
ということはおじい様でもないよね。
なんだ妙な話になってきたぜ。あと残るのは誰だ？
じゃあ誰？
Don't come to the conclusion that Maria's trying to play a prank. That she had it the whole time. Surely not.
源氏さん？ちょっと待って。勘違いしないでくれる？別に私は何かの犯人探しをしてるんじゃないのよ。雨の中のマリアに傘を差し伸べてくれた人に母としてお礼が言いたいだけなの。
Giving an umbrella to a girl loitering in the rain was something to be praised, not hidden. Despite that, no one raised their hand. Why not? Everyone started whispering about how strange this was getting.
落ち着けよローザ。傘を借りた本人に聞けばいいじゃねえか。
That's what everyone had been thinking since the beginning. Ah, but you see. Maybe Maria just found it lying around pretending it was from a witch to be quirky. They were all scratching their heads at why she didn't just ask Maria who had been given the umbrella. However, Rosa bit her lower lip. After all, she already knew how Maria would answer if asked.
どうりや、ルドルフ君の言う通りやないか。
マリアちゃん、おじさんに教えてえな。マリアちゃんに傘を貸してくれたのは誰や？
It's boing. The dining hall was wrapped in silence for an instant, but it was soon interrupted by a burst of laughter.
なるほど。森の魔女ベアトリーチェが不憫に思って傘を貸してくれたか。いい話じゃないかね。どうぞ。そういうことだ。
Yeah, Rosa, it's just that simple, man. Rosa couldn't believe it. Even though she just wanted to say thanks for the umbrella, why did everything have to be so clouded in smoke?
クラースおじさんの言う通り、ベアトリーチェが貸してくれたの。
それはよかった。無垢だというのは実に羨ましいことではないか。なあ、諸君。
Ross was laughing with a face that was clearly mocking, but Maria was overjoyed, apparently convinced that her claim is being believed. Ah, Maria.
どうなってんの？まさか本当に魔女が現れて傘を貸したってのかよ。
Jessica asked me in a small voice that wouldn't carry over to Maria, who was sitting across from me.
マリアって冗談が言えるタイプだっけ？
If we heard that kind of story pop up out of my old bastard's mouth, we would have just taken it as another joke. However, it was hard to explain it away like that when Maria said it. Just getting pretty unnerving.
いや、昔から愚直なぐらい正直で真面目だよ。普通なら聞いただけで嘘とわかるような冗談すら鵜呑みにするタイプだぜ。マリアから冗談を言い出すなんて聞いたこともない。
She can't make jokes? That Rosa probably knew that better than anyone. It appeared that because of this weird situation, she had no idea what was going on anymore.
じゃあマリアがベアトリーチェに傘を借りたと言ったなら、それは間違いなくベアトリーチェなのか。
Nah, it was just someone that said they were Beatrice.
マリアに関してだけは何かの比喩とか冗談とかそういうことは考えられねえぜ。額面通りの意味だと思うべきだろうよ。
じゃあなんだよ、源氏さんあたりがあの肖像画のごついドレスを着てマリアに傘を持って行ってやったっていうのか。
そんなことは知らねえぜ。
Would be funny though.
私が聞きたいくらいさ。
Jessica shrugged jokingly, but her expression didn't completely match her attitude. Once the hors d'oeuvres were set out and Goda showed off its vast store of knowledge, the meal began. A couple casual chats broke out here and there, but they seemed somehow distant. And the meal ended up being so quiet that you couldn't ignore the sound of the rain sneaking into the dining hall. Masawa and Shannon, pushing the serving cart, ran into Genji and Kanon on their way to the kitchen.
ケンジさんですか？マリア様に傘を貸されたのは。
傘？何のことだ？
はい、雨が降り出した時にマリア様は一人でバラ庭園におられたそうで、そこでどなたかに傘をお借りになったそうなのですが、それがどなたかわからないのです。
僕じゃないよ。マリア様はゲストハウスにいると思ってたくらいだからね。バトラ様が最初に見つけられた時にはもう白い傘をお持ちだった。
申し訳ないが、それは私でもない。
A true mystery. Who's speaking me? Oh, I see. Is that Nanjo? What a great image. We solved the mystery. Look at him, so beautiful. The spoiling like this, I guess we... Oops. I guess we don't need to read this anymore. Let's play some rivals. Pinky out, very important. He's spoiling in chat now? Can't believe this. Mods, ban this guy. Unmod yourself.
じゃあまさか親方様。
Both in the dining hall and right here, everyone had stated that they hadn't done it. That left only Kinzo, but...
何かのご用で廊下を歩かれているとき、偶然バラ庭園に傘もささないマリア様が見えたとか。
親方様はマリア様のことをあまりお好きではない。
What? Why not?
同感だね。親方様がマリア様のために直々に開花までお越しになって傘をお持ちくださるとは
Actually, I think
考え
he
られないよ。
said why he didn't like her. Like earlier on. She's a girl? Yeah, girls are icky. Alright, that's why. I remember now.
あら、困りましたわね。では、マリア様に傘をお貸しになられたのは、本当にベアトリーチェ様ってことに
He doesn't want cooties on his nice umbrella. Masawa laughed, just like the relatives in the dining hall who had laughed it off. She couldn't think of any other way to break through the smoke, veiling the current situation. Just then, the crisp sound of clap. This happens too much. Just then, the crisp sound of hands clapping twice rang through the hallway. They all turned around at once to see Goda coming out of the dining hall.
さあさあ皆さん、ディナーは配膳のタイミングも大事です。すぐにスープの配膳に取り掛かってください。源氏さん、彼女らは大切なお仕事中ですので、お引き止めになられないでください。
Man, he wants to become the head servant so bad. He wants it so bad, dude. He's even trying to tell Genji what to do. Kind of glared at Goda for being rude to Genji, a person kind of respected. He wants it more than anything else. Genji, realizing this, patted Conan once on the shoulder as a warning. He wants to be the Genji instead of Genji. True. Man! I think I dislike Goda the most. I hate him. Conan reluctantly turned away and returned his expression to normal.
ゴーダの指示に従いなさい。今は晩餐の配膳を急ぐように。
ほらほら、時間がありません。タラタラしない。急ぎますよ。
Goda grabbed the serving cart from Shannon and steadily pushed it towards the kitchen.
では、私どもも厨房に戻らせていただきます。高田さんも気の短い方ですからね。
私もこれで失礼いたします。
Musawa and Shannon left. Only Genji and Kanon remained. Through the window, the darkness of the rainy night could be seen, along with the occasional thunderbolt. Ooh, that sounds so nice, man. I don't want it, like, a real heavy storm to happen soon. I love those kind of days. Makes me want to sleep forever.
源氏様、ベアトリーチェ様が本当にお戻りになられたのでしょうか。
わからん。
親方様にお知らせしますか。
They're not even asking, like, if she could actually be a real thing. They're, like, talking like they know she's a real person that exists.
せずともよい。本当にお戻りになられたなら、やがておのずと親方様の前へ現れよう。それに、あれは気まぐれなお方。
Maybe they seen her, like themselves, way back.
親方様にご報告申し上げたところで、お姿を現されないことには何の意味もない。
Of course she did. Rhea said so, duh. Yeah, but everyone else seems to take it as a joke, but not these two.
親方様の儀式はすでに始まっているということでしょうか。
おそらく。だがそれは我ら家具には何の関わりもないこと。親方様に受けたご恩を最後の瞬間までお返しするのみだ。
はい、それが僕たち家具の務めです。
The thunder crashed once more. Except for those instants when lightning lit up the sky, nothing could be seen out the window but darkness of the night. Just as humans rule when the sun is up, those that are not human rule when the sun is down. I feel like that could have been translated better. The darkness of the night The darkness of night that now surrounded Rokkenjima was ruled by another master, not the Ushiromiya family. Did this master take pity on Maria when she was alone and being pummeled by the rain in the rose garden, lending her an umbrella? Kenna looked at the rose garden's lights dimly visible beyond the window. Dim lights weren't enough to illuminate the surrounding area. Looking at those lights felt like making eye contact with the witch, and Kenna forced himself to avert his gaze. If he didn't, it felt like his eyes would be absorbed by that light. Hello, chandelier. Can the weather change how people act? You often hear stories about how things like atmospheric pressure can influence people's moods and physical health. Really? The first time I'm hearing about something like that. For some time now, everyone had been struggling to clear the gloomy atmosphere. But any conversation was quickly cut off, and in the end, the dining hall was simply filled by the sound of the rain. Dessert was some kind of chocolate cake accompanied by pear sherbet. Oda-san enthusiastically explained the recipe as soon as this final dish was presented. But I quickly forgot the details. The guest of honor, grandfather, was absent. The weather was horrible, and the identity of the one who lent Maria an umbrella remained a mystery. But she said it! It's mystery solved. When dinner ended, no one felt even one bit refreshed. It was too late now, but I realized painfully that the taste wasn't the only important part of the meal. The whole atmosphere was also critical. Oda-san, the supposed conductor of this musical piece called Dinner, did his best to enliven the place, dropping little jokes left and right, but apparently not one of them succeeded. Tough crowd. After taking orders for after-dinner coffee, tea, and orange juice, he left for the kitchen. As soon as he disappeared, Uncle Cross spoke.
やれやれ。
やれやれ。
せっかくゴーダが腕を振るってくれた晩餐も、こうも沈み込んでしまっては実に味気ないというものだ。
まったくね。今日は何を食べても美味しく感じられない、そういう気分よ。
ほう、どうしてそういう気分なのか聞きたいね。心が晴れ晴れできるよう、兄として後で協力させてもらうよ。
Yeah. Aunt Eva grimaced slightly. I already heard she was on good terms with Uncle Cross, but it was pretty clear now. When I looked around, I noticed that my father and Aunt Rosa were also grimacing. Apparently, there was something besides the weather troubling all of them.
エヴァおばさんも、うちの親父も、ずいぶん機嫌が悪そうっすね。
そう？私はそうは思いませんよ。
I asked Aunt Nasui, who was sitting on my right, but she seemed to be in a bad mood as well. Snapped back as if to say she was absolutely not interested.
まあちょいと大人な話で込み入ってな。バトラ君たち子供は気にせんでええ話や。はははは。なあ夏日さん、キリエさん。
Okaiyoshi laughed as he spoke, but without his usual brightness. So I could vaguely imagine just how complicated their adult conversation had become. On top of that, even at Natsui and Kirisan, the people he had directed his comment to, ignored him as though they hadn't heard anything. I didn't know what kind of conversation they'd been having while his kids were away, but it reminded me of how Dad said he had stomach cramps when he arrived at the mansion. The family conference might have been a playful reunion to his kids, but it was definitely different for the adults. After Uncle Hideyoshi's comment was ignored by the other adults, and an awkward silence fell over the room, Kiri-san spoke up.
子供たちの進路はどうなるのかしらとか、そういう話よ。バトラ君は将来はどうするの？ぼんやりと大学進学？そんなのじゃ長い人生レースのスタートラインとしては心細いわよ。
あいたたたたたた。キリエさん、飯の最中にそんな話されちまったら、消化不良で便秘になっちまうぜ。
Is that how that works?
そうやそうや。バトラ君やジェシカちゃんの進路の話をしとったんや。将来のことは真剣に考えんとあかんで。
Yoshi heartily agreed, as if they really had been talking about that. That was probably wrong. Yuri-san had been obviously trying to change the subject. However, if Kiri had determined that this was the best course of action for now, then she was probably right. Taking this into account, I cast aside my suspicions as to the cause behind Eva's and Dad's bad moods. Again, I'll be real, I lost count of these. You were right, I wouldn't be able to keep count of how many chandeliers we've seen. But I'm gonna blame that on how I am doing this on like a weekly basis. If we were playing like multiple days in a row, I feel like I would definitely be able to keep correct count of how many chandelier views we've been getting. At long last, the serving cart returned, filled with coffee and tea, and also the orange juice for Maria. Umasawa-san and Shonon-chan served it to everyone. Oda-san then explained that this concluded tonight's meal. Could always just have taken notes. Taken notes! I've actually found a pad of sticky notes, and I thought of, for a moment of maybe using them to like excuse me, using them to like keep track of things. I'm just gonna wing it like a true gamer. If only the mood had been a bit more cheery, it might have been the best dinner of my life. It was a shame this best of dinners couldn't have been had under the best conditions. I'm pretty sure it was the best dinner for Maria. She seems happy. Oh, it's over. She can call Beatrice over to give the umbrella back.
うん、これでおしまいだよ。
はしてないわよ。お席について、落ち着いてジュースを飲みなさい。
Maria looked like she was really excited by the occasional crashing of thunder. Is that how Beatrice appeared? She like thunderbolt struck right next to her. She was there. Hey, here's this umbrella. Then she pieced out. Maybe she wanted to quickly finish eating and run over to the window. She had been fidgeting for a while, waiting for the meal to end. Some people are afraid of thunder while others find it interesting. I love the thunder. Me, myself, the best part about, like, the raining. And Maria was apparently one of the latter sort. Just like me, for real, for real. Therefore, when she heard from Jordaniki that dinner was over, a huge smile broke across her face. She then rose from her seat, took out her handbag, which she set under her seat, never having it left it even while she was eating, and began fidgeting around inside of it. No one seemed particularly concerned by this behavior.
なんだい?
So she pulled out an item that summons the witch.
それはどこから持ってきたの?
George was the first to notice. I had to read that like a couple times to understand what's going on in that sentence. Oh, an envelope. The royal summons. They saw that Maria was now holding a beautiful Western-style envelope. On the front of the envelope, the Ushiro Miya family crest, a one-winged angel, was done in gold leaf. Very fancy. Furthermore, the fact that it was sealed with dark red wax made it clear that this wasn't something Maria could have brought as a prank. Maria got a smash invite? Is she even in the fighting game?
Maria-chan.
What's her moveset?
それは何?
Who knows? You can't just say things like that. I'm not playing the fighting game, probably. It seemed that Natsui had also noticed the strangeness of the envelope Maria was holding. Her voice sounded too serious for someone admonishing a small child, so the relatives around us finally noticed too.
どうしたよ、夏日姉さん。
それ何？
マリア、
Who gave that to you? Beatrice.
あなたそれをどこで拾ったの？
その封筒は金蔵さんの。
When Anjo muttered that, even us kids could understand why everyone seemed to be frozen solid. The envelope that Maria held was one of the Ushiromiya family's had custom-made envelopes for private use. In other words, count. Almost makes me want to put a counter for these sorts of things. In other words, it can only mean one thing. This envelope contained a message from Kinzo. I don't think it's a message from Kinzo. Maybe to him?
どうしてそんな封筒がここにあるんだね。
こいつは面白いもんだ。
Unless he wrote it a long time ago for Beatrice to get back later. Who knows?
ちょいとわしに見せてみ。
ダメ、マリアが読むの。マリアがみんなに読んで聞かせなさいって言われたの。
Uncle Yoshi tried to snatch the envelope out from Maria's hands, but she protected it as though hugging it and didn't let go. That's a weird way to phrase that, but okay.
秀吉兄さん、子供相手に力ずくなんていけませんよ。マリアちゃん、その封筒はどうしたの？
傘を貸してくれた時にベアトリーチェにもらった。ご飯が終わったらマリアがみんなに読んで聞かせろって言われた。
Then everyone shocked. What?
マリアは魔女の目。
Yo, translators, you forgot to remove the what do you call that? Not a bracket. Kind of like a bracket. Messenger. You forgot. It's on purpose? Is it? I feel like it's like a mistake, something you'd use to like stylize the text like in bold or a different color, and they just forgot to remove it. And also broke the effect.
Messenger?
I guess if they're doing it multiple times, it's on purpose.
この島の魔女様は随分と洒落てるじゃねえかよ。
Tyler tried to joke about it, but no one laughed.
それで中には何て書いてあるのかしら、マリアちゃん。
Maria, if you would. Maria casually opened the envelope. It was sealed only with wax, so you just had to remove the sealing wax to open it. That sealing wax fell into the desk. Ryoshi hastily picked it up and stared fixedly at it. He then set it on the center of the table where Natsukiri and Nanjo stared at it. Imprinted in the sealing wax was the one-winged angel, which was the Ushiroma family's crest and also Kinzo's personal crest.
これは当主様の紋章？
私は金蔵さんに手紙をもらったことがあるからわかる。これは間違いなく金蔵さんの風浪だ。
でもこのお屋敷にはそれと同じ紋章がいくつもあるのでは？例えば風浪用のハンコのようなものがあれば、金蔵さんでなくても風浪はできるのでは？
There's only one that exists, and it's in his study, which he lets no one enter.
いや、金蔵さんは風浪には必ず自分が指にしている
あ
後ろにあった当主の証の指輪で刻印をする。
Well, I guess that's how Beatrice ended up using it. He threw the ring out earlier.
この形や複雑な衣装は間違いなく金蔵さんの風浪だ。
そうとは限らんよ。
あ、
親族であれば一度くらいは親父の手紙を受け取ったことはあるはずだ。
Are you saying that someone like just saved an envelope?
その風浪をもとに偽の紋章を作り、親父殿を語って刻印した可能性が否めない。
More logical conclusion than what I was thinking, I think.
兄貴に同感だ。風浪に刻印されている紋章がどれだけ親父のものに酷似していたとしても、だからその封筒が親父のものであるという証拠にはならない。
私も全く同じよ。風浪の刻印だけでお父様の手紙だなんて決めつけることには同意できないわ。南條先生、曖昧な言葉は慎んでいただけるかしら。
Get mad at him.
これは失礼。出過ぎた口でしたな。
One after another, all the siblings from Cross on downwards rejected Nanjo's statement, saying that the envelope Maria held wasn't necessarily from Kinzo. They were afraid. They feared from the bottom of their hearts that Kinzo's intentions were written in there, and that it might be some announcement regarding the inheritance that would be decidedly unfavorable to them.
マリア、その封筒は傘を貸してくれた人がくれたのね。うーじゃわからないでしょ。そうなの？
つまり
In other words, add that one to the counter.
魔女ベアトリーチェが傘と一緒にマリアちゃんにその封筒を。
When you're in a skepticism contest and your opponent is an Ushiromiya, there's no winning that. Impossible. Maria nodded forcefully.
主人に得体の知れない何者かが手渡した怪文書です。読むにも値しません。
せめて読むくらいいいじゃねえかよ。まあ。
Battler said it to Jessica in a small voice, trying to act tough, but Natsui heard him clearly and glared at him with threatening eyes.
それでマリアはそのベアトリーチェに食事が終わったら読めって言われたんだな。
いいじゃないの皆さん。これはおじい様の封筒ではなくベアトリーチェの封筒。誰が書いたのかはともかく中身を聞いてからの判断でもいいんじゃないかしら。
そうやな。お父さんが書いたとは限らんが中身が気になるんは事実や。マリアちゃん、さっきは無理やり取ろうとしてすまんかった。謝るからみんなの前でそれ読み上げてくれんか。
マリア、読みなさい。
As all the relatives, man, I'm really invested in what this letter says too. As all the relatives stared fiercely at Maria, she spread the letter open with a rustle.
本当に親父の手紙だと思うか？ありえんね。親父殿が私たちに何かを発表するときは直接でなければいつだって源氏を通してじゃないか。このようなこじゃれた方法でするとは思えんね。
そうよ。マリアをメッセンジャーに？それこそお父様の趣味じゃないわよ。ローザ、これはマリアちゃんが私たちを脅かそうという何かの隠し芸なんでしょ？
マリアはそんな気の利いたことができる子じゃないわ。
A little bit of a airhead. Alright, finally. Read it. The words came out of Maria's mouth, but for some reason her voice seemed different than usual. Everyone went suddenly silent. Ooh, the like ticking of the clock in the background is a nice touch here.
六軒島へようこそ、後宮家の皆様方。
Holy hell. It's the way Maria's speaking. Also, cool music.
私は金蔵様にお仕えしております当家顧問錬金術師のベアトリーチェと申します。
そんなアホな。
黙って。
長年にわたりご契約に従いお仕えしてまいりましたが、本日金蔵様よりその契約の終了を宣告されました。
I'll tell your game. I want to play one of those. I keep saying that, but I also keep forgetting which one I should get. Soon.
よって本日をもちまして、当家顧問錬金術師のお役目を終了させていただきますことをどうかご了承くださいませ。
Resignation letter. That's all this is.
ザレ言だ。
聞くに耐えません。
さてここで皆様に契約の一部をご説明しなければなりません。私ベアトリーチェは金蔵様にある条件とともに莫大な黄金の貸与をいたしました。その条件とは契約終了時に黄金のすべてを返還すること、そして利息として後ろ宮家のすべてを頂戴できるというものです。
むちゃくちゃや。
初めっからむちゃくちゃだぜ。
要するにあれだろ、よくある悪魔の契約みたいなやつなんだろ。ほんで、契約がおしまいってことになるからいいんや。長年の退職金のつもりかな。ちゃっかりした魔女だぜ。
バトラ君、今は茶化さない方がいい。
Butler made a face, as if to ask, if I can't make fun of this, what can I make fun of? Some of the adults' faces were pale, while others looked dazed.
これだけをお聞きならば、皆様は金蔵様のことをなんと無慈悲なのかとお嘆きにもなられるでしょう。しかし金蔵様は皆様に富と名誉を残す機会を設けるため、特別な条項を追加されました。その条項が満たされた時に限り、私は黄金と利子を回収する権利を永遠に失います。
特別な条項？
Oh. Special clause. What he's bidding his miracle on, huh?
それは何よ。
特別条項。契約終了時にベアトリーチェは黄金と利子を回収する権利を持つ。ただし隠された契約の黄金を暴いた者が現れた時、ベアトリーチェはこの権利をすべて永遠に放棄しなければならない。利子の回収はこれより行いますが、もし皆様のうちの誰か一人でも特別条項を満たせたなら、すでに回収した分も含めてすべてお返しいたします。
So if she collects a life, she gives it back, huh?
なお回収の手始めとしてすでに後宮本家の家督を受け継いだことを示す後宮家当主の指輪をお預かりさせていただきました。封印のろうそくにてそれをどうかご確認くださいませ。
これがそうだというのか。親父が指輪を手放すなどありえん。
Ross stared at this sealing wax as if trying to burn a hole through it. Eva and Rudolph were doing the same over his shoulder.
確かにチェスの時、金蔵さんの指に何か足りんような違和感は感じ取りました。
南條先生、おぼろげな記憶でいい加減なことを言わないように。
その心眼をここでは測れないわ。本当に指輪をおじい様は誰かに手渡したのか、この手紙が本当の話かどうかはおじい様に直接確認すればいいだけの話じゃない。
Yeah, bring the letter. Tell him it's a letter from Beatrice and he'd probably gladly open the door. Rush out. Kick it down.
そうね。キリエさんの言う通りだわ。
果たして金蔵さんがそれを答えてくれますかな。あの人のお考えは 時に人の世の常識では測りかねますからな。
どの道ざれ言の域を出んね。第一、黄金幻想自体が親父殿のまやかしだ。ありもしない黄金の話を始めるのはお前たちだけで十分だ。
でも魔女様はおっしゃってるわよ。黄金を見つけた者に家督と全ての財産を引き渡すってね。つまりベアトリーチェ様はお父様の顧問弁護士もしくは金庫番でもあられるってことじゃないのかしら。このような怪しげな文章を子供に託すような怪人物を信用することなどできません。
兄貴、腹を割ってもらうぜ。兄貴の知らない人物が親父の財産管理をしてるようなことはあり得るのか。
いや、それはない。私は当主代行として親父殿の全ての財産を把握している。私に知られずにそれらを自由にできる人間はいないはずだ。
じゃあつまりクラウス兄さんの把握していない財産ってことじゃないの？
バカな、そんなものあるわけがない。
あるわよ。
Is such a thing.
兄さんが把握していないお父様の資産。
It's the gold.
そんなものあるわけがありません。
いや、あるで。それがお父さんの、いや、ベアトリーチェの隠し黄金や。
話を整頓しよう。つまり親父には兄貴の知らない腹心がいた。そしてそいつはずっと黄金の番と運用を任されてきたわけだ。あるいは悪魔の契約まがいのルールで融資した神塚の大富豪か。
その腹心のベアトリーチェさんは自分の黄金を融資する相手として息子兄弟の誰がふさわしいか試したいということなのかしら。
Kiri's question was one that all the siblings wanted answered. Upon reflection, they realized that Kinzo's strange epitaph had hung in the... reading. Upon reflection, they realized that Kinzo's strange epitaph had hung in the hall beneath the witch's portrait for quite some time. And while it had long been whispered that whoever solved the puzzle would receive everything, no one had ever clearly stated it. It was just something that everyone had hoped might be true. And right here, right now, the thing they hoped for had been clearly stated in Beatrice's letter. It clearly specified that everything in the Ushiromiya family, I keep swapping two syllables, would be given to the one who found the gold.
黄金の隠し場所については、すでに金蔵様が私の肖像画の下に碑文にて公示されております。条件は、碑文を読むことができる者すべてに公平に。黄金を暴けたなら、私はすべてをお返しするでしょう。それではどうか今宵を、金蔵様との知恵比べにて、存分にお楽しみくださいませ。今宵が知的かつ優雅な夜になるよう、黄金のベアトリーチェ。
Oh, Beatrice the Golden.
お父さん、聞こえているはずです。返事をしてください。
Boss is angry. He wants answers. The door to Kinzo's study was being violently, harshly beaten against over and over like a percussion instrument. The yells coming from the other side belonged to Cross, Rudolph, and sometimes Eva. Sometimes why? It was the siblings who were trying to intrude upon Kinzo's study to question him about the truth behind that mysterious letter. Kinzo was eating. I was about to say, who brought him food? We're probably Genji, yeah. An elegant tablecloth was set over the desk, and the fabulous dinner that had adorned the table down the... An elegant tablecloth was set over the desk, and the fabulous dinner that had been adorned the table down in dining hall was reproduced here. Just ordered some Domino's. Pizza would be pretty good for lunch. Enzo continued his meal in silence. Shannon, taking away an empty plate, looked uncomfortably between the door being pounded on and Kenzo's face.
皆さんがお呼びですが、いかがいたしますか？
捨ておけ。神と我が晩餐は沈黙を尊ぶ。
黙らせますか。
必要ない。我が耳には届いておらぬ。
Kenzo enjoyed his food, apparently indifferent. Genji quietly lowered his head and took a single step back. As he did, Kanon, who stood in reserve like a shadow behind... As he did, Kanon, who stood in reserve like a shadow behind, and to the side of Genji, opened his mouth.
マリア様がベアトリーチェ様より手紙を受け取られたとのことで、その真偽を確かめたい。
あやつめ、早速始めおったか。
So happy.
さあ、ベアトリーチェ、かけるコインに不足はあるまい。存分に今宵を楽しもうではないか。負ける気はないぞ。
So this... I came into this thinking maybe this took course over the span of like a week or something. Is it actually just like a night? Or maybe until Monday. Like Battler was talking about, or... Like, I know it's only been a single day so far, but I was figuring maybe that's just because the beginning of the story is like just slow to get rolling.
もう一度見られるなら、富も名誉も我が命すらも惜しくはない。さて、ルーレットは回り始めた。ボールはどのポケットに落ちるのか。ノワールか、ルージュか、それとも親の総取りか。さあ始めるがいい、ベアトリーチェ。私が再びお前に奇跡の力というものを見せてやる。
Ooh. Ooh. Clock strikes 10. Chandelier? The strange letter that the witch had entrusted Maria wiped all memories of dinner from our minds. Maria was repeatedly barraged with questions by Aunt Rosa and the other parents. Time marches on, but it's not the next day yet. It's still the same day. You can't say that. And became increasingly ill-tempered when they refused to believe her. It was a clock close enough. Wait until the clock strikes over to the next day. Idiot, stupid, dummy. If the kids tried to butt in, they'd probably ignore us. Our parents were all stirred up, firing back and forth about the gold and the distribution of assets and completely forgetting that we were even there. I'd already guessed they'd been talking like this in the shadows, but I hadn't thought they'd be so blunt. It gave all of us kids a considerable shock. From what we could overhear, all the parents wanted more money as soon as possible. More than anything else! Back and forth about grandfather's inheritance. Back and forth about the distribution of gold if it was found. About advance payments in cash. It was so despicable. I could hardly bear to watch, even though one of them was my father. It looked like Jessica felt the same way. We left our seats without being asked to and went to hang out somewhere well away from our parents.
なるほどな。じい様が飯の席にも顔を出したくない理由がよーくわかったよ。うちの親たちにはすっかり幻滅だぜ。金だの遺産だの。よくもまああそこまで大っぴらに。
俺の場合はクソ親父に幻滅しきってるからよ。これ以上評価の下がりようがないぜ。に
そんなの私だって同じだぜ。しかし、今夜のには呆れたぜ。心底呆れたぜ。
Jessica looked down at the floor, irritated. She was always talking about how bad her parents were, but maybe she hadn't really felt that way deep inside. The deaths of Jessica's shock made that clear.
未成年の君たちはご両親に養育してもらってるからわからないだろうけど、お金を得るというのは単純な綺麗事じゃないよ。未成年である今にそれを理解しろとは言わない。
Aren't you still a kid?
でもご両親なりに何かの努力をしていることだけは認めてあげてほしいな。
やれやれ。ジョージの兄貴は人間ができてるぜ。
He is now an adult.
ジョージ兄さんは社会人になってバリバリ働いてるけどよ。金とか財産とか、そういう話になったら、うちの親父たちみたいに強欲むき出しのハゲタカになれるってのかよ。
Of course.
自分だけの話だったらそんなことはしたくないよ。でも家族や社員、部下やその家族の生活を背負ったら戦わなければならない。
私はそんな戦い嫌だぜ。
Even George has to be like that sometimes.
小さまの遺産がどうのこうのなんて話、ヘドが出るぜ。
Jessica pretended to spit violently. That harsh reaction made the depths of her pain very clear.
もうこの話はやめようぜ。じいさまの隠し黄金がどうのこうの、財産だ遺産だって話は親たちの問題で俺たちの問題じゃないさ。
僕も同感だよ。せめて気を利かせて親たちの話し合いを邪魔しないのが子供の務めだと思うね。
なんだか面白くねえぜ。
Everyone knows the phrase adults are filthy. First time I've ever heard that. We had now seen that for ourselves, and that really did give us a considerable shock. George was now pretty much an adult and had already been disillusioned with my I'd already been disillusioned with my dad, so the shock wasn't that big for us. But Jessica seemed to be taking it hard. Apparently, she received a bigger blow than I thought. She always talked badly about her parents, but it looked like she hadn't changed all that on the inside. Even now, she's still a pure-hearted, delicate person who can't doubt others. I'm sure she respected her parents as much as everyone else does. Then her parents started raging about going money, inheritance, my money, right in front of all the other parents and children. It's no surprise she received such a shock from hearing that.
ジェシカちゃん、どうかお父さんとお母さんのことを嫌いにならないで。理解しろとまでは言わないから、せめてどうか嫌いにならないであげて。
わかってるよ。少し放っておいてくれよ。
6 years ago, I would have kept taunting Jessica even after she got all dejected. I guess I really have grown over the last 6 years. I realized it'd be better to leave Jessica alone right now. Jessica suddenly looked away sulkily and left the parlor. I'm starting to see a lot how things were more directly translated than localized as we go through this. She probably wanted to be alone for a while. I could do nothing but wordlessly watch her back as she left.
そういえば、マリアちゃんはどこに行ったんだろう。
多分まだ肖像画の前でいじけてるんだろうぜ。
Maria truly looked up to witches, and Maria truly looked up to witches, and she expected that coming in direct contact with Beatrice and shooting a letter as proof would surprise everyone and make them happy. However, the adults have doubted its authenticity, thoroughly bombarding Maria with questions and refusing to accept her story. Even for me, it wasn't hard to imagine how much that must have hurt Maria. We couldn't speak to Maria or Jessica. In the end, George and I just abandoned ourselves to the sound of the falling rain and the dark night.
台風はどんな感じなんだろうね。ニュースをやってないかな。
That clock is going to strike 12 and then Beatrice is gonna poof into existence in front of everyone. George Zeneki started walking over to the corner of the parlor where the television was. He hadn't called me over, and I really could have just cared less. And I really couldn't have cared less where the typhoon was on the sea right now. So without going over to the television, I loitered around the window.
そんなに風は出てなさそうだけど、海の上はひどいのかしらね。天気予報では暴風警報も聞いてたんだけど。
キリエさんか。大人たちの積もる話はどんな感じなんすか？
He seemed to catch the sarcasm. Ryu-san shrugged.
この胃の痛くなる話は徹夜で続くのかしら。嫌になるわ。
まあ、せいぜいよろしく。じい様の財産分配について、ハゲタカごっこをお楽しみくださいってんだ。最低の気分だぜ。
それに関しては同感よ。バトラ君みたいに席が外せるなら、でもそうもいかない。たとえ発言権がなくてもね。パートナーも大変よ。
Ryu-san took a deep breath, smiling bitterly. That's right. They probably wouldn't let Kira-san speak since he's only married into the family. Still, as Dad's partner, she had no choice but to stay by his side and support him. She probably had to bear the full brunt of this mental pressure much more than me. I wasn't going to apologize, but realizing that I'd spoken too harshly, I cut the sarcasm for the time being.
どんな感じなんすか？相変わらず謎の魔女ベアトリーチェの話題で持ちきりですか？
まあね。あの人たちは、おじい様が亡くなった時の遺産分配について、兄弟4人で話をまとめようと、ずっと密約を重ねてきた。そこへ未知の5人目が現れて、話をややこしくしようっていうんだから、穏便な話のわけもないわ。互いを罵り合ったり、かと思えば共闘しようってことになったり。夏日姉さんでなくても頭痛がしてくるところよ。
On one hand, they all want a larger portion than the other siblings, so they're all rivals. But on the other hand, they don't want 1 yen to be snatched up by anyone other than the siblings, so they're also allies. I hadn't been told the details, but the siblings were apparently discussing how to protect their shares under various situations. Setting up ceasefire agreements and rules to prevent anyone from getting an unfair advantage, even preparing to resort to legal action if absolutely necessary. Yes. Take the witch to court. That they would go this far to preserve their shares was so beyond disgusting that you just had to acknowledge their resilience.
ってことは、さ、ベアトリーチェはじい様からの資格ってとこですかね。
Maybe that's exactly what she is.
自分抜きで遺産の分配なんて話を勝手に進めてた息子たちに一泡吹かせたかったんだろうぜ。
何者かしらね、ベアトリーチェって。
He has a huge picture in a thing out in the hall.
自称してることが全て本当なら、今日まで誰にも知られずにいた謎の人物で、しかもおじい様の隠し黄金の存在を知っていて、その上当主の指輪まで委ねられている。相当に信頼された人物ね。
さすがにほうきにまたがった魔女だとは思わないっすけど、でも魔女と呼ぶに値する怪人物であることは間違いないっすね。
マリアちゃんがそのあたりのことを詳しく話してくれればいいのだけど、みんな小さい子にがっつきすぎだわ。すっかり怯えてしまって、聞けるものも聞けなくなってしまった。あの人たち、北風と太陽とか読んだことないのかしら。
The North Wind and the Sun. I for one have not.
確かなのは、マリアが
I barely even
ベ
read
アトリーチェ
books.
と名乗る人物か
Maybe
ら
I should.
手紙を受け取ったこと。自分で現れて直接話せばいいものも、手紙を託して今もどこかに身を潜めているっていうシャイな怪人物ですけどね。
How would things have actually gone if she just did that? Actually gave him that message in person.
ねえバトラ君、ベアトリーチェなんて人物が本当にいると思う？
さあ、あくまでも偽名じゃないっすかね。じい様の代理人としてその妄想の中の魔女の名を名乗ることを許されたとか。
And the series would only be like 2 episodes.
そうじゃなくて。
Ooh. What is this like droning like BGM we got here?
今この六軒島には全部で18人いるの。19人目が存在すると思う？
Are there really a full 18 people on this island right now? Wondering about that, I began counting on my fingers, and it really did come out to that many. You have 18 fingers?
19人目が存在すると思うって。どういう意味ですか？
言葉通りの意味よ。
Nonsense. I always have trouble reading his name. Ryukishi? Ryukishi, yeah. Could fill it with plenty of other random stuff. Pretty much dead on arrival, only because the whole package was too good to be true.
マリアちゃんに傘を貸した人物は私たち18人の中にはいないらしい。なら19人目がいて、その人物がマリアちゃんに傘を貸したと思うのが妥当じゃない？
Just the 19th person.
ま、そうなりますね。
ならその人物は今どこにいるの？少なくとも雨が降り出した瞬間には島にいた。そしてその後はどんどん天気は悪化して、とても船なんか出せない状態となれば、その人物はまだ島の中にいて、どこかで雨宿りをしていなくてはならない。私たち誰の目にも触れずね。
確かに俺たちは屋敷やゲストハウスの中を勝手にうろつき回ってましたが、誰も19人目なんかには会ってないわけですよね。でもまあこれだけの広さのある島ですし。
This island is huge, but there's like only 2 buildings on it, yeah?
屋敷やゲストハウス以外に雨宿りできるところだってあるのかも。
Are you sure? At about this time, I began to realize what direction curious and suspicions were taking us in. He was denying that a 19th person existed. Beatrice was one of us 18. In other words, she thought someone we knew well was tricking us.
ベアトリーチェが自称する通りなら、その人物は間違いなく最高の賓客よ。おじい様が信頼する最高の腹心。そんな人物をおじい様が歓待しないわけがない。お屋敷に迎え入れないわけはないのよ。でも私たちは誰も見ていない。
DBZ, like, every time you post like computer or laptop specs or something, it's always just just nonsense words, and it's no real solid info about the actual components that are in the laptop. What? Don't take off my glasses. I can't read now. Where were we? We would surely have been ushered into dimension. However, we haven't seen anyone like that.
待ってくださいよ。それはちょいと請求な推理じゃないですか。確かに誰の目にも触れてはいないけれど、だからって19人目を否定することにはならないんじゃないですか。何かの理由があって こっそり上陸してずっと隠れているのかも。悪魔の証明ってやつっすよ。
A devil's proof.
いることを証明するのはたやすい。ベアトリーチェってやつが俺たちの前に現れて挨拶すりゃ解決する。でも19人目がいないことを証明するのは不可能っすよ。
True. I trust Darn on that one. Looks good enough to play Umineko. All you need. Did I accidentally skip? Okay, no, okay.
バトラ君の推理の仕方は悪くないわ。現在の状況では19人目の存在を認めるにも否定するにも情報が足りない。でもね、チェス盤をひっくり返して考えるとほぼ19人目はありえないって断言できちゃうのよ。
Spin the chessboard around was one of Kirisan's favorite phrases. Is that why, Joseph has that emote of, like, the chessboard spinning? Man, a lot of his stuff looks like it was influenced by Umineko. Did he like it that much? It was made during the stream? Well, it is a pretty simple graphic, yeah. But still. Spin the chessboard around was Kirisan's favorite phrases. I've been influenced by those words and used them myself from time to time. When you get stuck trying to find a move in chess or shogi, then by spinning the chessboard around and looking at everything from your opponent's standpoint, you can often see a strategy that will give you the upper hand. Phrase might show up every now and then. Oh, that means I'm gonna read it like at least 100 times before the end of this. It means turning things around and putting yourself in your opponent's That's, yeah, you said exactly that earlier. Joseph probably commented on this, like, exact same point too, huh?
いい？
Can't wait to get through this and then watch his playthrough fully.
仮に19人目の人物としてベアトリーチェが実在したとして、その人物は誰にも知られることなくこっそりとこの島に上陸しずっと隠れていた。
When people are all gathered in one spot, like, who's gonna spot another person coming on in just like on their own randomly?
何かの理由があってね。ならどうしてわざわざ姿を現してマリアちゃんに手紙を渡したの？
It really was a contradiction. They had some reason for hiding themselves, then why... Then they should have stayed hidden the whole time. But even so, they had appeared openly in front of Maria. Because she's a youngest, a literal child, and... I don't know, people doubt what she's saying is actually true. Maybe they wanted that?
それは、ほら、マリアも言ってた。メッセンジャーにされたって言ってたじゃないですか。
Are you putting the brackets in, like, around Messenger whenever you speak?
マリアが一番年下で素直そうだったからじゃ。
メッセンジャーなんて必要なの？手紙を親族会議の席上に送りたかったら郵送すればいいだけの話よ。
There's a mail system in this island?
4人の兄弟全員に郵送すれば黙殺することもできない。手紙を持参してこっそり手渡す理由がないのよ。
確かに、なんだかおかしな話っすね。
そもそもベアトリーチェが存在していて、その存在をアピールしたいなら、
Because he says it in
みんなの
English?
前に堂々と姿を現せばいいだけの話。
Oh man, has he been actually saying it in English?
なのに現れず、マリアちゃんという小さな子を通して、おぼろげな輪郭だけでその存在を主張しようとする曖昧さ、矛盾。もっと考えて。
Maria did too? I like... It's something my mind didn't process. That makes more sense then, yeah. Yes, shut the Hello.
マリアちゃんの前に姿を現し、19人目の存在を印象づけるという点と、今この瞬間も私たちの前に姿を現さず隠れ続けている点、これらの矛盾、これを念頭に置いた上でチェス盤をひっくり返すの。つまり19人目の人物としてベアトリーチェがいると印象づけたい人物の目論見は何かよ。
姿を隠したい人物ならその存在をアピールするわけがない。そして姿を現したい人物なら手紙を託すなんて遠回しをするわけがない。ってことは
簡単よ。
She likes to play tricks.
ベアトリーチェは18人の中にいるのよ。だからこそ18人以外の人物が存在するような幻想を作り出しているのよ。
And Beatrice just pops up behind her. Wow, cool theory. However,
これ見よがしな19人目のアピール。それで得をするのは姿を潜めた19人目じゃない。すでにいる18人の方なのよ。もちろんこの推理は穴だらけ。いくつかの前提がひっくり返るだけですぐに崩れる脆いものだけど、私はほぼ間違いないと見てるわ。
Chandelier. This is starting to feel pretty creepy. Someone let Maria the umbrella and handed over her leather. Supposedly, none of the 18 did this. And yet, Beatrice was hidden among those 18. What was this person planning, hiding their true form and pretending to be Beatrice?
マリアちゃんの自作自演も疑ったんだけど、文章の内容が非常に手が込んでて、マリアちゃんが自前で用意したとは考えがたい。
Yeah, she even spoke differently when she read it too. It was wild.
でも、マリアちゃんが何者かと共謀している可能性も否定できないわ。
おいおい、マリアは9歳のお子様だぜ。誰と何を共謀するってんだよ。しかも愚直で真面目で素直なあの性分だぜ。
ええ、私もマリアちゃんの性分はよく理解しているわ。でもだからこそあり得ると思うの。魔女に憧れ、その存在を盲信している夢見がちな少女。そこにベアトリーチェと名乗る人物が現れて魔女だと名乗ったら、彼女はそれを応用。
つまりあの肖像画のごついドレスを着て変装すればマリアを騙すことは難しくないと。
その論法になっちゃうと、私たち女性陣はみんな疑われちゃうことになるんだけどね。
It was you, Curie.
とにかくマリアちゃんが何者に出会ったのか、それの詳細を聞くことがこの謎を解く一番にして最も身近な鍵なのよ。しかしその鍵は少女の心の奥に堅くなに閉ざされてしまったわ。みんなが頭ごなしに魔女の存在を否定し、一体その人物は誰なのかと問い詰めすぎた。マリアちゃんは当分大人には心を開かないでしょうね。
In the dim hall in front of the portrait of Beatrice, Maria was sobbing. Aw.
誰もね、マリアがベアトリーチェに会ったことを信じてくれない。ベアトリーチェとくれた手紙も見せたのに、それでも信じてくれないの。
とにかく鍵はマリアちゃんが握ってるわ。ベア
she's
トリ
holding a
ーチェ
letter.
が18人の中にいるのか、19人目なのか、それを知る鍵をね。
マリアは頑固だぜ。あいつへそを曲げるとなかなか機嫌を直さないからな。
大人の私より子供のバトラ君の方が機嫌を直せる確率は高そうよ。
Like, Curie-san's reasoning There we go, adding the sand like on my own. Is pretty solid, like herself, but also everyone has an alibi as to where they have been the entire time, which they stated when asked about the umbrella. So like, doesn't it fall apart immediately?
彼女の機嫌が治ったら聞いてみて。遺産分配がどうのこうのって話には関心ないけど、こんな王道洋館ミステリーみたいなシチュエーションにはワクワクしちゃわない？
And it's like it's a mystery novel. I thought this was a video game. A Western Mansion mystery.
マリアちゃんに手紙を渡した人物は一体誰なのか。知的好奇心がうずくわ。
うんざりするような金の話に付き合わされても、ワクワクとは。実にタフなことだぜ。大人はすげえや。
I shrugged exasperatively. But I did notice something. Barry noticed how dejected I was after overhearing our parents' turbulent discussion, and was probably trying to clear the air. At the very least, I recovered enough to voice my complaints. She wasn't my real mother, so I never felt like calling her mom. But it did make me think she's a real adult.
おうガキども、ここにいたのか。キリエも長え化粧直しじゃねえか。
Is that how she excused herself?
俺も次からは化粧をしてくることにするぜ。
ごめんなさい。
Oh, you wear makeup, Rudy?
女の化粧は長いのよ。どう？兄弟水入らずの話し合いは。
さぞや和気あいあいとしてるだろうよ。
Harry-san poked the weak spot under his arm with her elbow.
一度頭を冷やそうってことで小休止さ。こりゃ夜通しになりそうだぜ。泣けてくれ。
His way of talking hadn't changed, but he couldn't completely hide his fatigue. I couldn't say I was sympathetic, but he looked pitiful compared to his normal energetic self.
しかしひでえ雨だな。ゲストハウスに戻るのも嫌になるぜ。夏日姉さんが屋敷で泊まれるよう準備してくれたらしい。どうする
？3階になった時に考えてもいいんじゃない？部屋に戻る体力もなくなってたら、その時はお世話になりましょうよ。
そうだな。その時に考えりゃいいか。バトラーはどうする？
俺がいちゃお邪魔だろうからよ。気使って向こうに戻るぜ。
そうか。すぐ戻るのか。
さあな。一人で戻ったって寂しいしよ。子供全員で揃って帰ることにするぜ。
そうだな。そうするといい。それで、バトラー、お前、今夜はそうは簡単には寝ないだろ
う。多分、いとこたちとおしゃべりしてるだろうからな。夜更かししそうな気配はあるぜ。それがどうかしたのかよ。
そうか。もし、大人たちの会議が終わってお前がまだ起きてたら、ちょいと家族でしたい話があるんだ。
Oh?
なんだよ。柄にもねえな。
Apparently, Carrie-san was thinking the same thing. What are you talking about? She asked him in a small voice. But Carrie-san didn't have a clue what Dad meant either.
キリエにも聞いてもらいたい話だ。後で話すから、今は聞くな。
Being a good dad?
頼む。
Seems so nice right now. I don't know anyone who neglects the concept of family as much as this old bastard. Now he's saying we're gonna have a talk as a family? Both Carrie-san and I couldn't help but get wide-eyed.
そうビビった顔すんなよ。ビビりてえのは俺の方なんだ。何しろ。
At that point, he swallowed his words for an instant. Even though putting on airs of important wasn't much like my dad.
気持ち悪いぜ、親父。 今家族は全員揃ってるじゃねえかよ。もったいぶらずに言えよ。
Oh?
俺は多分今夜殺されるだろうな。
Oh? Perfect thunder timing. Must have been really close. Dad's expression, brightly illuminated by the lightning, was burned into my eyes. Dad's face, which always looked so sure of itself, and which always wore a taunting expression, was strangely frail in a way I couldn't really explain. It was so worn out that he looked like a completely different person.
Huh? Huh?
Did I just add a word in there? He looked like a different person. I did. The mind works in mysterious ways.
何言ってんだよ、ガラでもね。
同感よ。どうしたの？急に弱気ね。あなたらしくもない。
俺も化粧直しに行ってくる。
Is he gonna be the first to
つ
go?
いてくんなよ。
Dad turned away weakly. After that, only Carrie and I were left, still wide-eyed.
なんだってんだ？今夜殺される？まさか、あの妙な手紙のせいで、親父ビビっちまったのか？連続殺人者の映画の見過ぎだぜ。
Harrison didn't answer my light-hearted words and continued to stare at my dad's disappearing back.
バトラ君はルドルフさんに今話せと言ったら話さず立ち去った。みんなに話すことがあると言い出しながら答えなかった。どうして？チェス盤をひっくり返す。すると
話すと言っておきながら話せない矛盾。なんすかね。親父側から見ると何か見えてきますか？
Spin the board. What do we see? Something he couldn't tell us.
ええ、見えるわよ。話したいことがある。でも自分から言い出す勇気がない。だから追ってきて俺に話しかけて聞き出してくれが正解ね。ついてくるなも逆の意味よ。
Oh?
ついてきて俺を問い詰めてくれが正解。まったく甘えん坊さんなんだから。
Spoiled
い
brat.
や、そういう推理でいいんすか？そんなんめちゃくちゃな。
Sounds solid enough to me.
名探偵や名刑事が男女の気持ちや心を推理できる？できないでしょ？異性の気持ちを探るのは何次元のトリックを暴くよりはるかに高度な技術なのよ。私に言わせれば名作推理小説より恋愛小説の方がよっぽど難解なミステリーなんだから。
はあ、そういうもんすかね。
私はあの甘えん坊さんと一緒にいるわ。普段は虚勢を張ってるけど、今夜はかなりの激論で疲れ切ってる。誰かに寄りかかりたい気持ちなんでしょうね。それに応えるのがパートナーの役目よ。
はあ、そりゃお熱いことで。じゃあ、
Passionate.
うちのクソ親父の世話をよろしく頼みますよ。
ええ、任せておいて。
Followed the Karisans, departing back.
え？何？
いや、ありがとよって。おかげで、陰鬱な気分がだいぶ晴れたぜ。
ならよかった。コミュニケーションは大事ね。
Away she goes. After answering with a wink, Kirisan followed after Dad. Natsui could be found in a dimly lit hallway. Now and then, thunder would crash, but this had no effect on Natsui's expression. He looked completely worn out. The discussion that had just taken place between the relatives in the dining hall was repeating itself inside Natsui's mind. Are we gonna see exactly what they were doing? Yo, black and white. Beatrice had proclaimed that in addition to the gold, all of the inheritance and property of the Ishiromiya family would be given to the person who could solve the riddle. In other words, she planned to undermine the absolute guarantee that crossed the oldest brother had to succeed the family head. Originally, the other siblings had absolutely no chance to inherit the headship. To them, this proposal by Beatrice was extremely desirable. It was obvious that they would accept it. There was no need to play some clumsy detective game. Natsui knew that the so-called 19th person Beatrice couldn't exist. Naturally, Beatrice was nothing more than a fictional character used to pass a message that Kinzo himself, or had written himself. As proof, Kinzo had remained stubbornly neutral as to that letter's authenticity. He was completely ignoring these reckless claims that he shouldn't be able to ignore, that he had given up the head's ring. In short, Kinzo had wordlessly admitted that the letter held his own message. Most likely, one of the servants had given Maria the letter. Kinzo had probably worked out an elaborate plan where the dress from the portrait would be prepared, and someone, probably Shannon, would be made to wear it and deliver the letter and the umbrella. By doing that, he could make it seem like the witch from the portrait actually existed. No. If anything, that alone was proof that Kinzo was behind all this. In that case, it was the same as Kinzo trying to butt in on the siblings' private discussion. And Kinzo, by announcing that he'd give everything to the person who'd solved the riddle, could weaken Cross's overwhelming advantage. Now it was certain. Kinzo had eavesdropped on the siblings' discussions in the parlor earlier that day, so he had known how Cross had staved off the attack by the other three. And to make the scales battle go back into balance, he had sent out this strange letter which benefited Cross's rivals. He was trying to push this crazy theory so that Rosa, who had a weak position among the siblings because of her age, would join with Eva and Rudolph. Then, with a 3-to-1 advantage, they'd be able to overwhelm Cross yet again to make their ridiculous theories get accepted by force. And by doing that, he gave them the power to resettle what had once been nearly decided conflict. They had now started repeatedly pressing Cross to pay them a large amount of money, using the condition that all of the siblings would guarantee Cross's position as successor. Talk about advance payments was being brought up again despite having been rejected once. Of course, even without the story about the hidden gold, the Ushiromiya family's store of wealth was vast. That store of wealth alone was more than enough. Even if the hidden gold was buried forever along with Kinzo's death, there would be more than enough to satisfy. Therefore, even if they weren't that interested in the gold itself, Kinzo had managed to instill the lifelong fear that, on the off chance that someone found the gold, that person would be guaranteed the headship. This kind of Achilles heel would definitely be taken advantage of by someone sooner or later. The only person with this fatal weakness was the successor, Cross. The other siblings had they had been told by Kinzo about something that only Cross could lose. They had thoroughly taken advantage of that. Matsui, as Cross's only ally in this painful position and as his wife, wanted to fight alongside him. She kept trying to explain to him that the existence of gold itself was a farce and that there was no need for him to compromise. Cross had always told Natsui. Cross had always told Natsui. He had told all of the siblings. He always said that the hidden gold was nothing more than an illusion created by Kinzo. Therefore, Natsui had believed it as his wife and had supported her husband on that foundation. Even so, Natsui's words didn't reach Cross. Even though Natsui had fought so hard and had lent all of her strength, he continued to fight by himself and was trying to compromise with the other three siblings. Natsui sadly and weakly wondered why she could not be of use to him, then started getting angry. Started getting mad! It happened when everyone decided to take a short break to cool their heads. Natsui had flared up against Cross. Enraged, she asked why she could not be useful to him. He had then told her that he wanted to talk about something and invited her into a room that she was normally not allowed to enter. That room had been sealed with a heavy-looking padlock. Just looking at it had given her an uncomfortable feeling. Where's he taking her?
他の3人の言うことも、ベアトリーチェを名乗る不審人物の言うことも、何も気にかけることはありません。黄金など所詮はお父様が生み出したまやかし。それを見つけられることなどあるわけがない。あなたが跡継ぎであることは盤石です。何を恐れることがあるのです。
Ross removed the padlock on the door. He then motioned for Natsui to enter.
入りたまえ。
何ですか？
見せたいものがある。君に初めて見せるものだ。
Natsui timidly opened the door with a dubious expression on her face. It was pitch black. Can't see shit. Searched for a switch to turn on the lights. But since this was her first time in the room, she didn't know where it was. Ross entered behind her, pushing her in. When he closed the door before turning on the lights, the two were swallowed up by the darkness. Only the sound of Cross locking the door rang out through the dark.
これは、明かりを。
今つける。待ちたまえ。
The chandelier. Just as he said, when Cross pushed a switch on the wall, a flickering light turned on and lit up the room.
それは。
Mitsui had her breath taken away. What is it? The room had no windows, and at a glance, it appeared to be empty. In the middle of the room, a small round table had been set, and the lights brightened only that table, as if it were the leading part in a play. On top of the table, a red tablecloth of elaborate design had been set out, covered with dust. And on top of that, something about the size of a grown man's arm had been set down. Something. That something took Natsui's breath away.
凄まじい純度を持つ黄金のインゴットだよ。
The gold does exist. Obligatory sex scene. Oh, they're gonna... Right on there, on top of the gold? It's the gold bar from Repo, the one that's heavy as hell.
こいつがなければ、誰も黄金伝説を信じはしなかった。
How did he find it? It was an ingot of solid gold. Even in the faint light, it sparkled with a noble and dignified glint.
こいつはまともなインゴットじゃない。このインゴットを鋳造したのが国内なのか国外なのか、それすらも私にはわからないんだ。
Not a proper ingot. It took a high level of skill to make the purest of solid gold ingots. And in order to verify that purity, it was standard to have the original foundry and the name of the bank that guaranteed it and printed on the gold. However, this ingot did not have that kind of seal. This mysterious gold bar had come from an unknown foundry.
ここを見たまえ。怯えることはない。こいつはただの金塊だ。
Matsui, following Cross's words, timidly approached the ingot.
そこだ。
Cross pointed at the surface of the ingot. Matsui concentrated on that section. The crest. Right there was the thin imprint of the one-winged eagle crest. Matsui's breath was taken away once again.
そうだよ。これこそが、親父がベアトリーチェに与えられたといい、保証人のマルソーの会長に任意で一つを抜き取らせて持ち帰らせ。
Oh, that's that same ingot. It wasn't put back?
財界のフィクサーたちを信用させたという伝説方々に手を尽くして私が見つけた。他の兄弟たちより早くね。
そんな。じゃあお父様の黄金伝説は。
66.66. What could it mean?
実在する。 後宮金蔵が授けられたベアトリーチェの黄金は実在するのだよ。
Radio frequency, we're gonna Metal Gear this. Pull up to the like freaking codec.
そんな本当にあるなんて。
They do exist. Natsui was shocked. Cross had always said that Kenzo's gold was just a fabrication, so she had believed it as his wife. However, the reality was different. Since he held definite proof, he had been more certain than any of the other siblings that the legend of gold was true. Because of this, Cross was deeply frightened at the possibility that someone other than himself would find a gold he'd failed to find, costing him everything. But to Natsui, this truth was more than enough to split open her heart. She had a thought that, as Cross's wife, she should be his closest confidant, which was why she had selflessly supported him. And yet, he had hid this fact from her until today. Why? He needed to fool everyone into thinking it didn't exist so that he had a better chance of finding it.
そこまでに私はあなたの信頼に足りないというのですか。
そういうつもりはない。話す必要がなかっただけだ。
あなたにとっては妻はその程度のものなのですか。
落ち着きたまえ。劇場にすぐ駆られるのは君の悪い癖だ。
あなたがそうさせてるんじゃないですか。私は後ろ宮家に嫁ぎ、今日まであなたの妻として仕えてきました。あなたのために生まれた家を捨て、身も心も捧げてお仕えしてきました。その報いがこれなんですか。そんなことって。
Cross grimaced, looking annoyed. His expression effectively communicated how much he disliked this part of Natsui, even if he didn't say it out loud.
私はもうあなたの力になれそうもありません。
うん。それで
兄
弟のトラブルを私が自分の力で解決する。君の力は借りんよ。
違います。これは後宮家のトラブルです。確かに私にはこの身に家紋を刻むことが許されていません。でもあなたの妻です。なのに私には力添えする資格もないのですか。あなた。
君を思えばこそあえて関わらせなかったのだ。これ以上は頭痛に障るだろう。君は今夜はこれで休みたまえ。兄弟の話は兄弟でつける。君は関係ない。それだけだ。
A dull headache tormented Natsui. Holy. We found the gold bar. He knows it exists for sure. The others are still uncertain, not knowing what to do. He has a bit of a head start, but what will he do? No matter what medicines he took, no matter what scents he burned, it wouldn't heal. Oops, clicked on something. My other monitor. Man, I'm so useless. Yeah, LMAO. Wait, no. Somewhere, someplace, Eva's having a laugh right now. At a time like this... In fact, simply wandering alone through the dark corridors and listening to the sound of rain seemed to be a better cure. And maybe Natsui. But I was never Ushiromiya Natsui. I had been despised and treated as a borrowed wound, and insulted when I couldn't even fill that role. Even so, I tried to properly perform my duties as a wife. But now, even my husband has rejected me. I've done my best raising my daughter, as if it were the last job left to me. However, I had no release of my anger, or my anger and sadness, and they caused me to subconsciously strain that relationship too. Because I've been excessively strict in Jessica's education, she dislikes me thoroughly. She despises me for having no interest in anything but grades. There is no longer anything I can do for the Ishiromiya family. No. That's no good. Despite it all, I must help my husband and beat back the schemes of the other greedy siblings. The family ahead won't be around much longer. Eventually Cross will succeed ahead, and the next successor will be Jessica. Strictly speaking, the man who enters the family by marrying Jessica will be the next head, but it all comes to the same thing. Make Jessica an excellent successor whom everyone will accept as worthy to take over the Ushiromiya family. In the days to come, that greedy Ushiromiya Eva will probably be plotting to find some fault with the main family. And if all goes as she plans, Jessica will be dragged down from the succession with George set up in her place. It is regrettable, but George is a man, and even more, has matured as a person. Compared to Jessica, who is right in the middle of a rebellious period, and whose grades are slowly below average, or slightly below average, it can be seen at a glance who is more fit to succeed ahead. So in order to secure Jessica's position, I need to turn her into an excellent person. And after doing that, I want to find her an excellent husband worthy of the excellent person she will have become. A wonderful man who would truly accept Jessica and stay with her through all of life's joys and sorrows. A light. Was Natsui trying to entrust her daughter with fulfilling some desire of her own? Natsui thought back to the days when she had no choice but to marry into the Ushiromiya family because of that unavoidable fate. She had tried to block that from her memory. She had consciously forgotten it, and had actively attended to the life she had been given as Ushiromiya Natsui. And in doing so, she had built up a new life. But just now, I felt like all of that had been casually rejected.
何を考えて生きていけばいいのかわからない。
Natsui helplessly rested her head against the glass of the window. The glass, which was cool thanks to the raindrops beating against it, felt somehow refreshing, even though it should have been emotionless. Right then, it seemed to be the only thing that could understand Natsui. At that point, even if someone had appeared, Natsui didn't intend to pay any attention to them. But she did pay attention, because it was her beloved daughter. Jessica? What are you doing here?
母さんか。なんだよ、こんなところに。幽霊かと思ったぜ。
You look that pale? Just like always, her words were rough and not at all like a girl's. Instinctively, words of rebuke rose into Natsui's throat. However, their strength gave out and they didn't escape her lips.
ジェシカ、ごめんね。母さんは頭痛がひどいの。そっとしといてくれる？
そう。
Jessica was seeing her mother in a position of feebleness for the first time, so she was considerably disconcerted? So many big words. Until just now, she had been filled with contempt for all of her parents. For all of the parents, including her mother. But now those feelings have been completely swept away. Her mother's utterly exhausted face have wiped them all out. In its place, the words George told her floated back to her mind. Her parents are doing their best in their own way. And because their families are counting on them, they can't afford to keep everything pleasant, and have a heavy responsibility to fight. Maybe her mother had been standing around in this dimly lit hallway because no one had tried to understand that in her. Jessica hated her mother. She had no intention of speaking kindly to Natsui just because she was looking a bit frail. But when she attempted to speak kindly to her mother anyway, she had to clench her fists and gather the words from deep in her heart.
ずいぶん立て込んだ話をしてるようじゃん。
お前には関係あります。よそへ行っていなさい。
頭痛ひどい？私薬もらってこようか。
構わないで結構です。お願いだから一人きりにして。
Natsui wasn't being cold. She just wanted her daughter to go far away so that she wouldn't have to bump against Natsui's own short temper. But there was no chance that Jessica would realize this. Jessica hung her head, looking sad. Seeing that expression, Natsui recognized the kindness that Jessica was trying to muster. She gave her head a small shake to drive away her own unkind feelings.
じゃあ私行くよ。大人の邪魔にならないようにいとこたちと一緒にいるから。じゃあ。
お待ちなさい。
He called Jessica, who was trying to leave and looked lonely. To a stop.
何？
Small bonding moment?
気遣いをありがとう。お前を残して寝込むわけにはいきません。
よせよ。縁起でもないぜ。
心配をかけました。もう大丈夫です。私は行きます。
I let my daughter see me this feeble any longer. I'll only make her feel more uneasy. That thought in mind, Natsui left Jessica with words of gratitude and made to the park. This time, Jessica called out to her mother's back. Natsui stopped and turned around, asking what business Jessica had with her. Jessica herself didn't know why she'd stop her mother, and for a while she smiled wryly, muttering to herself as she hesitated over what to say. She was poking around in her pocket when her hand touched something, and she took it out.
あのさ、母さん。
A relationship so different from Rosa suplexing Maria into the pavement. It was so strange seeing that dude. It was fully animated and everything.
私さ、今日お守りもらったんだよ。
Oh yeah, give her the charm.
なんだっけな。魔除けだったっけ。確かそのドアンノブにぶら下げてるといいんだっけ。忘れちまったぜ。私が持ってても仕方ないし、母さんにあげるよ。
It was the scorpion charm that Maria had given her on the beach. Although she heard of its various effects from Maria, Jessica's mind had gone blank and was just barely able to say even that much. And now we hadn't seen what Rosa is like in private. Surely her home situation is lovely. Surely. Jessica, thinking that her mother probably wouldn't accept it immediately. Or Jessica, thinking that her mother probably wouldn't accept it anyway, immediately drew back the hand she had stuck out, grasping the charm. So when Natsui came back to take it, she was extremely shocked.
これは何かの景品？
まあその私も多分そうだろうと思ってるけどよ。こんなおもちゃみたいなお守りじゃご利益は期待できねえよな。
But her mother took the charm from where she grasped it in her hand.
ありがとう。大切にします。ジェシカには今度、私が子供の頃大切にしていたお守りを代わりにあげましょう。
Oh, a charm that was important to her?
別にそんなつもりで渡すんじゃないぜ。でもまあどうしてもって言うんなら。
では、私はもう休みます。頭痛がひどいので、ジェシカもあまり夜更かしをしすぎないように。
うん。
So we put the charm in her pocket and turned away. He then disappeared into the dark hall.
やっぱり明日も丸一日こんな天気みたいだね。
It'll never stop.
やれやれ。
Trapped on this
今日
island
の日中が
forever.
嘘のようだぜ。
George and I were killing time in front of the parlor television. At that point, Jessica returned. Her face was still blank, but it looked like she calmed down a little since we last seen her.
マリアはまだ肖像画前？
いや、さっき戻ってきて、今はそっちのソファーで寝てるぜ。マリアにはもう遅い時間だもんな。
Looking at the clock, I saw it was a little past 10. 10 p.m. Even if we were planning to stay up all night, it was about time to head back to our room.
一応うちのおふくろが屋敷にも部屋を用意してくれたんだけどよ。どうする？
僕はゲストハウスに戻りたいかな。
Gonna carry Maria in this rain?
親たちの様子を見る限り、僕たちはお屋敷にいない方がいいと思う。
俺も同感だぜ。子供は邪魔せず引っ込んでろって感じみてえだからな。おとなしくそうするさ。
As we were talking about this, Aunt Rosa came into the parlor. She was looking over, all over restlessly, probably trying to find Maria.
ローザおばさん。マリアならそこのソファーっすよ。
ありがとう。すっかり眠っちゃってるわね。ベッドに移さないと。
よかったら僕がベッドまで背負っていきましょうか。
ありがとう。助かるわ。ジョージ君たちはゲストハウスに戻るの？それとも夏日姉さんが用意してくれた部屋に泊まるのかしら？
今話し合ってました。
Oops.
ゲストハウスへ戻ろうかって話になったところです。
そう。ならマリアも一緒にしてあげてもいいかしら。いとこのみんなと一緒の方がきっと安心できると思うしね。
Behind those words, she seemed to be concealing some regret that the adults, herself included, had deeply hurt Maria's feelings.
任してくださいよおばさん。何しろこっちにゃマリアをあやすことに関してはエキスパートがいるっすからね。
Yeah, George.
それは僕のことかい？僕だけじゃ無理だよ。みんなでだよ。
そうだぜ。バトラだってあんなにもマリアと意気投合してふざけ合ってたじゃねえかよ。
So we said this, Aunt Rosa smiled, looking truly happy.
みんなありがとう。私たちの話し合いはだいぶ遅くまでかかりそう。だから申し訳ないけどマリアをみんなにお願いするわ。
おーいマリア、熟睡か？ゲストハウスに戻るぞ。
Maria muttered something indistinct, rolled over, and fell back asleep. Looked like she was sleeping deeply.
すっかり寝込んじゃったようだぜ。起こすのは悪いな。
うん。僕が背負うよ。
Maria's body was much lighter than it looked. I lifted her up and put her on George Aniki's back. It was raining hard outside, and Aniki couldn't hold umbrella and carry Maria at the same time. It looked like Aunt Rosa would come with us as far as the guest house to help out. However, when she heard Uncle Cross's voice call out to her, she had no choice but to return.
困ったわね。
Back to the conversation, no escaping.
もう戻らないと。皆さんゲストハウスまでお戻りですか？
Ah, Shannon will come with. After we left the hall on the way to the entrance, the door to the servant room opened and Shannon-chan stepped out.
だいぶ暗くなっておりますので私がご案内させていただきます。ちょうどよかったわシャノちゃん。ジョージ君がマリアをおぶっていてくれるの。傘をさしてあげてくれないかしら。はい、かしこまりました。
Shannon-chan brought umbrellas for each of us and a flashlight to guide the way. As we opened the front door, the downpour was quite terrific. It looked like we wouldn't have any spare time to take pleasant walk and enjoy the nighttime rose garden.
兄貴重くねえか
Gotta run!
俺が背負うぜ
Speed through it.
大丈夫だよ。マリアちゃんくらい背負えるよ。
Damn, George can carry a 9-year-old. He's so cool.
本当にありがとうね。マリアをよろしくお願い。
わかりました。じゃあおやすみなさい、おばさん。
それではお送りしてまいります。ええ、よろしく。
Just dash through the rain. If you run fast enough, you don't get wet.
マリア、いつもごめんね。
Rosa's mumbling voice didn't reach the person in question, nor any of the kids, but disappeared beneath the sound of the rain. Oh, yeah, just rushing through. Wonder how far the two buildings actually are, like, apart from each other. After cutting through the rainy rose garden, we arrived at the guest house.
俺がマリアを背負って立候補すりゃよかったぜ。そうすりゃ傘を差してくれるシャノンちゃんのでっけえお乳を二の腕でたっぷり堪能できたってのによ。
Alright, dude. Calm down.
そんなつもりじゃないよ。誤解だよ。
そうしないとジョージ様が濡れてしまうと思いまして。
ほーら、バカなこと言ってないで入るぜ。
After being urged on by Jessica, we folded up our umbrellas and went into the guest house.
お召し物を濡らしてしまった方はイラタオルを用意いたしますが。
そこまで気を使わなくていいぜ。ありがとよ、シャノンちゃん。
そうだ。僕たちはこれからトランプでもして少し遊ばないかって話なんだけど、よかったら少し一緒しないかい？
Yo, playing cards?
あれ？
Go fish?
今日のシフト、深夜勤は誰になってんだ？
親族会議中は特別シフトになってたと思いました。少し変更も出てるみたいなので、ちょっと確認してきます。
ああ、わざわざ屋敷に戻らないとわからないんなら無理に。
大丈夫です。ゲストハウスの使用人室でわかりますので、ちょっと失礼しますね。
Oh, how handy. Convenient. Shannon gave a quick bow and went into the guest house servant room. The rest of us headed for the cousin's room and decided to put Maria to bed for the time being. Maria was sleeping very deeply and there was absolutely no sign of her eyes opening. Until... For now, we'd get some soft drinks out of one of the room's refrigerator. I need to stock my midi fridge with like more drinks. Have a beer in there. Get some soft drinks out of the room's refrigerator and drink those while playing cards or something.
あれ？
Oh? Canon's still here?
カノン君？源氏様までこちらに。今夜のシフトはどうなっているのでしょうか？
クラウス様の命令があってね。シフトの大掛かりな変更があったんだよ。
Gross.
うん。ゴーダがお屋敷の深夜勤に変更になった。シャノンとカノンはゲストハウスの深夜勤。私と熊沢はゲストハウスに泊まるようにとのご命令だ。
Only... Photos at the mansion. Everyone else in the guest house. Why only Goda at the mansion? Why only... He was hired, or like, though Natsui was the one that accepted his like application, right? Something about that? Maybe. He's a big guy, he needs space. Four out of 5 servants in the guest house and leaving one massive mansion to one person is crazy. Maybe he really does want like all of the servants related to Kinzo like away for some reason. Stuff.
お前も今夜はこのままこちらに留まるよう。たった今電話があった。
ずいぶん大掛かりな変更ですね。お屋敷とゲストハウスの当番がまるっきり逆になってるじゃないですか。
Also, it's usually the other way around. Golda like just takes care of the house, and everyone else stays in the mansion. That would make a lot more sense. Originally, Shun and Kanon have been assigned a night shift in the mansion, while the night shift in the guest house, where all of the relatives were staying, had been assigned to Golda, who had an abundance of experience in entertaining. Kumasawa should have been sleeping at the guest house, while Genji should have been sleeping in the mansion. However, it seemed that Cross had suddenly ordered that the schedule be modified. The shifts at the guest house and mansion had all been reversed, and Genji was spending the night in the guest house.
多分ベアトリーチ様の手紙のせいだろうね。
多分ってどうして？
あんな怪しげな手紙が現れたらクラウス様が僕たちを疑うのは当然だからね。親方様直属の僕たちを極力親族会議の席から遠ざけたかったんだろうよ。
Genji, Shannon, and Kanon were all permitted to wear the Ushiromiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, as the servants who served directly under Kinzo. Alright, so that's the reasoning the servants have the crest on them. Also, is it just me who reads like... Oops. I accidentally tapped one of the things. It's just me who keeps trying to read like one-winged eagle as one-winged angel. Fucking Sephiroth, dude. I keep needing to stop myself from saying that. If you ever notice me like slightly pause when it comes up. Never had the issue. My brain's just wired differently. Wired all fucked up. Wired wrong. Of course, since they were working for the Ushiromiya family, they had to obey anyone's orders. But their only boss was Kinzo. Since only Kinzo had the right to employ them, even Cross could not have them dismissed of his own accord. Because of this, Cross and the others often viewed these servants as Kinzo's underlings and shunned them. And in fact, Kinzo seldom let anyone other than them enter his study. This sudden shift change was probably a clear expression of the sense of mistrust that had caused. Considering the time Kinzo had left to live, this would definitely be the last family conference before the problem of the inheritance came up. On top of that, the mysterious letter that claimed to be from Beatrice had dropped in out of the blue. Ross definitely wanted to keep Kinzo's loyal subjects away from the table of such a delicate and important discussion.
ではすまんが、私は向こうでくつろがせてもらう。もし何かあったらすぐに呼ぶように。今夜のお客様は特別だ。
Our guest tonight is a special case.
はい、かしこまりました。源氏様。
Genji nodded back, went behind his screen, took off his jacket, and slowly began to relax after a day's worth of tension.
今お戻りになられたのはお子様方。
親族の方々はお屋敷で会議を。だいぶ長引きそうな雰囲気だったかな。
なら気楽だね。これ以上の深夜になって、しかもこの天気。多分親族の皆さんはお屋敷の方のお部屋にお泊まりさ。
多分ね。源氏様がいないから言うけど、ゲストハウス行きになってちょっと嬉しかったかな。
どうしてだい？ 意地悪な奥様やエヴァ様から離れられたから？それとも別の理由があるのかい？
But she gets to spend time with George.
別の理由なんか
Rubbing all up against him.
ありません。
そっか。
She's bad at lying, isn't she?
なら二人で深夜勤を頑張ろう。よろしく姉さん。
私ついさっきお子様方にお部屋で遊ばないかとお呼ばれしてて。
Shannon hung her head apologetically, gazing at Canon uncertainly. Canon didn't try to meet her eyes and spoke shortly as he sighed. It looked like he didn't plan on indulging his sister.
ダメだよ。深夜勤を仰せつかってる。それに僕たち家具には遊びのお誘いは必要ない。わかるね。
Oh, come on, man, just let her go.
そんなことわかってます。
Canon shoulders drooped slightly. She had already expected that for Canon, a stickler for rules. That Canon, a stickler for rules, would say something like that, but she still seemed a little discouraged. As Canon flipped through the logbook, he spoke without facing Shannon.
ならお子様方お待たせしてしまってるね。深夜勤に当たってしまったからご一緒できないと謝ってこなきゃ。行ってきなよ。
私謝ってくるね。
Shannon hurriedly stood from her seat before her brother's mood could change and flew up the servant room after giving a quick bow. As he watched her go, Canon took a single deep breath. Genji's voice came from beyond the screen.
カノン、私がここにいるからお前も行くといい。
源氏様、誘われたのはシャノンだけです。
Oh?
僕は別に誘われては。
Go anyway, idiot.
その場にいなかったからお声をかけられなかっただけだ。言えばお前も誘われている。たまには子供らしく遊んでくるといい。
いえ、僕には必要ない行為です。人の子には遊びも必要でしょうが、僕らは家具ですから。
And he really sticks to that, doesn't he? You can be the table they play cards on.
そうか。
姉さんだって家具です。人のふりをしたって後で苦しむだけなのに。僕はそれが分かっているから人に近づきたくないだけなんです。
Genji did not say anything after that. After a while, he stood up and used a pot of hot water to make powdered cocoa, serving some to Canon as well. Hot chocolate made using water? Gross. Where's the milk?
そりゃ本当かよ。そりゃ知らなかったぜ。
What are you talking about?
バカ、声が大きいぜ。マリアが起きちゃうだろ。
Butler was so surprised that he yelled obnoxiously and scattered his cards everywhere. His voice caused Maria to turn over once, but she soon fell back into a deep sleep. Jessica gave him a jab and he lowered his voice.
あ、いや、しかし言われてみれば確かにそれっぽい雰囲気はあったんだよな。はあ、なるほどな。ジョージの兄貴がな。
George couldn't be seen anywhere in the room. Where was he? A short while ago, when Shannon came into the room, George suddenly said he had forgotten something in the mansion and needed to go back to get it. Shannon said she would guide him just like she had on the way to the guest house, and the two of them departed together. Conveniently forgot something, huh?
気配はあったんだぜ。好きなものを聞いてきたり、趣味を聞いてきたりさ。単に関心を持つだけにしてはどうもなんて思ってたらよ。
そういや、昔っから上司の兄貴はシャノンちゃんにやたらと優しかった気がするぜ。なるほどな。
Aren't they the same age? Just about? nice little spot.
天気予報によると今夜が一番ひどいみたい。
32, holy damn, he's a lot younger than he looks. I forget what you call these like little like house things out in like gardens and whatnot.
明日いっぱいもやまないらしいけど、もう少しマシになるそうだ
Gazebo?
よ。
Yeah, I think that's it. I remember it having a silly little name that I liked. Oof, starting to get warm. What happened to the cold weather I was having earlier?
そうですか。では、あさってまでは船は来られないかもしれませんね。ジョージ様の月曜日のお勤めに差し支えが出ないか心配です。
台風が来ていることは知っていたからね。万一に備えて月曜日には予定を入れなかったから大丈夫さ。こう見えてもスケジュールは先読みできるタイプなんだ。
George puffed out of his chest, acting proud. Compared to the calm appearance towards Tad, as the oldest cousin, he now looked amusingly like a little kid. Kenan chuckled at this abrupt contrast.
さすが、やがては会社を起こされる方は
What is this music?
しっかりしていますね。
やっぱり会社を起こすというのは大変だね。
You know, he has Trunks' haircut, doesn't he? Is he going to draw like Trunks?
お金とかそういうのだけじゃないものがとても大事だって父さんのところで勉強していてわかるよ。会社を起こすということは城を持ち部下を率いるということ。
Is that something you never noticed? Actually, how close is it? Future Trunks. Oh my lord, why do wikis have like fucked up images as like in their wikis, dude? I remember once trying to save an image from the wiki and it was fucking AVI. I couldn't believe it. But yeah, look at that. The bangs come in closer, but it's very similar. Anyway, now that my brain finished making that connection for some reason. I pulled up a different image. I see that you pinged me with one. I think the one I got ended up being closer. This one was like, the one you had is, his hair is a bit messier. Think you would have noticed if it wasn't for the glasses? Maybe that's part of it. Alright, where were we? Talking about his company. Money isn't the only thing that's important. I learned that well when sitting under my father. Making a company prosper is like owning a castle and leading your subordinates. That's a funny way to think of that, Mr. Company Man.
うちの父さんは秀吉って名前だけあって戦国武将のエピソードがとても好きでね。
Shares Toyotomi? Toyotomi Hideyoshi's name?
会社経営の哲学をよくそこから語るんだ。知ってるかい？ 戦国最強の騎馬軍団と恐れられた武田信玄も最初は部下たちの結束がバラバラで統率力をまるで発揮できなかったんだそうだよ。
What did he do?
そうなんですか？
信玄は部下たちを結束させるため数々のリーダーシップを発揮してるんだよ。例えば戦場で武功を立てた部下に対しすぐその場で褒章を与えたり、普
Immediately.
通こういうのは戦が終わってからまとめてやるものだからね。それを戦場の本陣の中にいながら部下の武功を素早く評価しやる気につなげたというのは非常に大きいことだよ。それから部下が病気で伏せった時には誰よりも早く駆けつけお見舞いをしたとかね。武田信玄は戦国最強の騎馬軍団を率いただけじゃない、戦国一の部下思いの人だったんだよ。
He sounds pretty cool. I like this dude.
そんな方だから部下の皆さんもついてきてくれたんですね。
The truth was, Shannon had already heard the story several years ago. But whenever discussion of his father led to this sort of topic, George would always glow and look like he was having a great time. The Shannon just smiled without interrupting, urging him to continue.
確かに資本主義の世界ではお金は力で石垣の高さでもある。でもね、戦も城も自分一人じゃ成り立たない。
You need others.
大勢の部下に支えられ、その力を借りて初めてそれを理解してから父さんの背中を見ると、
I think the scroll button on the freaking mouse I have is too sensitive. Of course, in a capitalist world, money determines both your strength and a higher fortifications, but you can't build up a castle or succeed in war by yourself. Such things can only be accomplished with the support of many subordinates by borrowing their strength. After understanding this, when I look at my father's back, I realize how immature I am.
父さんがどれほどの切磋琢磨をして今日を築き上げてきたかがよくわかるんだ。
ジョージ様
That
は
one was
お父様のことをとても尊敬されているんですね。羨ましいです。
あ、ごめん。別にそういう意味で言ったんじゃないんだよ。
すみません。私も別にそういう意味で言ったつもりは。
I'm starting to notice small garbage details again. Like the way these text boxes look. Man, I'm trying to fucking show with the mouse. Can't even see the cursor. But right, the way it's rounded on the top right, or top left and bottom right, and then sharp on the top right and bottom left corners, is exactly how it's done for some of the KH2 menus. Which menu was it that had it like exactly? Oh yeah, like he... Oh, what the hell? Why is opening an image, like, impossible? Of course, I've noticed something that specific, like... like, up here. It's the same thing. Why? Why do I... Why does my brain work like this? This thing in like the fucking loading and saving menu, that's just a single graphic. Something might be deeply wrong with me. Like, it's not even the rest of the menu, it's just that the top corner that says like load. You're not wrong. It's the same. That small little thing, dude. What do you mean, but fuck? Dude. Did you know I like Kingdom Hearts? My model is is made after the kind of similar design too. The concepts from like Roxas and Sora and all that. Isn't that some kind of common in plenty of game menus though? I don't think I've noticed it in other game menus, like specifically the style of like two sharp and then two like rounded corners of like a box. If it's common in other games, I haven't noticed. And you think I would, considering I noticed this stupid sort of thing just now. Anyway, where were we? Alright, talking about how he thinks he's immature when he's thinking about things and looking at his father. Did you look up to your father? I'm jealous. Ah, sorry, that's not how I meant it. The two of them awkwardly looked at their feet. Shannon had no parents. She had been brought up in an orphanage owned by Kinzo called the Queen House. Under the guidance of Kinzo, their honorary director, the orphanage offered members who excelled a chance for a on-the-job serving experience. If their efforts met with Kinzo's approval, they'd be able to leave the orphanage and work as servants for the Ushiromiya family. This was considered to be the highest honor for those who lived in the orphanage. Servants from the Fukuin house all took names with the character on in them while they served. That explains that. So Shannon wasn't her real name. The same went for I remember this being explained like a long time ago, yeah. But I guess we're getting an even deeper explanation for it. What do you mean? What? What did I do? Don't say my name like that. Oh, you mother. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess I'm a servant. Where's my eagle? No, Oh, this one isn't real. Is it? Don't call it a transparent PNG when you just when it still has to like the checkerboard baked in, you stupid. Who uploaded this? This one's all elongated. But it's actually transparent, so it'll do. Trying to cheat? I would never. Where do I put this? Oops, how do I rotate again? Ah. Bam! It's there. Oops, I gotta reset myself in the correct position. How was it? Oh, I moved everything. Immersion. How many spoilers did he go through to find it? It was literally like on the first row of like images that were all just the eagle thing. I didn't look any further than that. I don't... There was anything... I don't know. I didn't catch it. I'm an orphan. Abandoned. Never loved. It was that easy. Go to... Yeah, I really should have just... Should have done it like that. Done what I did. So lame. All members of Fukuna House were orphans. At least, they were all people who had been separated from their parents under special circumstances. Because of this, the orphans have been taught to think of each other as their only family. That's why it seems so natural to both of them when Kanon called Shannon his sister. So they're not blood related then? They have like the same colored eyes, so I thought maybe they actually could have been. And while both Shannon and Kanon were working in the mansion today, there were several other servants possessing the On character in their names, such as Manon and Lennon, who'd often worked on a rotation. They have more than just like the 5 servants? Wow. However, there were not many servants who stayed with the Ushiromiya family for long. John Lennon? Wow. So cool. I never... I know like one... He's Beatles, right? No? Hold on. Maybe? Oh, fuck. I'm extremely bad with like any kind of celebrity name. I know of some names, but I wouldn't be able to tell you like who they were, what they did most of the time. I just recognize names that I've heard of like before. These Beatles? Yeah? Yeah. I only know because I googled him to make sure John was his first name. Yo. Like I feel like I've heard Vinny like mention a name once or twice before. But that's as far as my knowledge goes. I haven't listened to like many Beatles songs like ever. I know of like Yellow Submarine, but then I think that's mostly just the name. I wouldn't be able to tell you the lyrics or like even the tune. We're going off topic a lot here. Okay. It was standard for them to quit after 3 years. Really? Standard? You could probably say that Shannon, who had been working for 10 years, was a notable exception to the rule. 10! A full decade! Working as a servant for the Shiromiya family was a heavy burden to bear, but the pay wasn't bad at all. Working for a full 3 years would earn more than what was needed to enter mainstream society. That was why, even though the orphans realized what a harsh task working for the Ushiromiya family was, they still hoped to be accepted. Maybe the fact that Shauna managed to continue working for 10 years wasn't because she had more willpower than other servants. Maybe she gotten stuck working for 10 years because she didn't have the courage to say she wanted to quit. Kinda sounds like something that happened to her, yeah. Hinzo couldn't even trust his own blood relatives. Those excellent servants sent from the Fukuin house were the only ones he could rely on. Started working at 6, right, if she's actually like 16. How do you start working that young? Holy. I could barely do anything when I was 6. I'm pretty sure that's the age I broke my collarbone trying to climb the monkey bars, dude. It builds character? I guess. Me breaking my collarbone or working for 10 years since she was 6? Ah, right. It's like 70s Japan. Yeah, they didn't have TikTok yet. They couldn't do funny little dances for every like major like event going on in the world. Because of that, Kenzo would sometimes allow them to wear the family crest, as servants under his direct control, and have them work close to him.
もう勤めて10年近くになるんだっけ？だいぶお金も貯まったんじゃないかい？
She's a millionaire.
どうでしょう。別に私買いたいものも特にありませんし、ほんの何百万かあったってそれで残りの人生を過ごせるわけもありませんし。
She has a few million? Just a casual few million that she doesn't know what to do with?
目標の額があってお勤めを続けてるわけじゃないのかい？
そうですね。私はこのお屋敷以外に行くあてもありませんし。
How many few millions we talking about?
お嬢様とも他の使用人の子たちとも仲良くやれてますし。
Well, George, marry him.
奥様には時折お叱りを受けますけど、バラの世話やお屋敷のお掃除も楽しいですし。
でもそれはシャノンちゃんのサヨちゃんの人生じゃね。
Real name drop? Holy. That's... Do their names come from like half of their real name and then just tacking on like on? None? Shannon cast her eyes downwards when she heard her real name. She understood what George was trying to say and fell silent.
僕は成人し社会人になってからも勉強して分かったことがある。子供の頃僕らが思っていたほど人生は単調で短くないんだ。
All school-age kids have certain fears they can't shake. They wonder whether they'll live the rest of their lives like sleepy... They wondered whether they live the rest of their lives like sleepy classes after a monotonous and boring school day. Spending their time in a carefree laziness without anything interesting happening until it's all over. Were lives only like that for underage students? Compared to a human's life, the time they spend as students is nothing more than a blink of an eye. A period where they all break through the shell of their immaturity. The inside of the shell might be a hot, suffocating and boring world, but the world beyond that shell is vast and filled with limitless possibilities.
君の人生はまだシャノンという殻の中でしかないんだ。君は自分の人生がこの生活のままずっと続いていくと勘違いしてるんじゃないかな。
それは。
Shannon couldn't deny those words. She'd been unable to harbor any clear doubts about her lifestyle. And since she never had any hopes or goals for changing herself, she lazily continued living the way she always had. And if asked whether this life was satisfying, she wouldn't have been able to nod. She may have been intentionally averting her eyes from the truth. Without George's admonishments, yeah, I was saying that right. She would have continued pretending not to notice as her real life slipped away bit by bit, neglected.
庄司様、私はこのままでいてはいけないのでしょうか。
いけないよ。あ、それから今、ルール違反が一つあったね。
Oh, they have rules? George immediately gave a strict answer, then broke out into a mischievous smile. Shannon already knew what she was being chided for, and she hung her head again, apparently embarrassed.
僕たちしかいないときは、様はなしの約束だよ。
Ah, I see.
約束では聞けません。ですが、ご命令でしたら聞かないわけにはいきません。私は 家具ですから。
じゃあ命令だよ。
Forcing his ideals onto his love interest. He's so cool. I get the feeling maybe you don't like George.
はい、かしこまりました。ジョージさん。
Joji? As Shannon hung her head, her face red, she said George's name again, this time following it with son.
それでいいよ、さよちゃん。
George smiled at Shannon. No, Sayo, to praise for a small act of bravery. This short exchange alone made it clear how far back their relationship must have stretched. Looking around, mostly, he says. For a long while, the two talked, as if the weather raging about them didn't even enter their thoughts. Outside in the rain like this seems nice, though. I wouldn't mind it at all. I'll probably end up taking a nap there if I was just, like, sitting alone. All cozy. Maybe a little cold. They talked about the many memories they built during the relationship that no one else knew about. Every once in a while, Flash Lightning would attempt to interrupt them, but this could sully neither the roses nor the time they spent blushing at each other. And then Beatrice appears. Glass crack? Transition? It was weirdly still at that image for a while.
君に見せたいものがあって。
なんでしょうか。
George, who had been speaking eloquently, suddenly started to stutter. Watching him, Shannon seemed to guess something. George timidly searched through his pocket. A ring. Something got caught in the depths of his pocket, and just like the stuttering George, it took a while to get it out. It was a very small box. Oh. Is it actually a ring? A small box covered in a deep blue velvet. Oh, fancy enough. Or fancy. That particular shape was enough to tell anyone what was resting inside. Shannon had prepared her heart somewhat, certain beforehand that this was what he had been planning. But even so, when she actually saw it, she couldn't avoid blushing once more. George opened the small box, took something out, and held it out for Shannon to take.
これを君に受け取ってほしいんだ。
このような高価なものは、その、受
け取れない。
いえ、こんなもの、私には、過ぎていて。
さよ、これはお願いじゃない。命令だよ。この指輪を受け取って。ね。
命令では。
The no, pack it up, boys.
従わなくてはなりません。
うん。そうだね。
Can't believe George. Also, my cursor has still been on the screen the entire time. You could see just me fucking around with it. Get rid of that. That's annoying.
いい子だよ。
Whoa. Shannon, not wanting to show her bright red face, timidly accepted the ring from George's hand while still staring at the ground. The ring wasn't a simple accessory. It was a noble object meant, since ancient times, to be offered to a special woman under special circumstances. Oh, okay, she's not wearing it yet. Therefore, while George could order her to take it, he could not order anything beyond that. Anything beyond that would depend not on an order, but on Shannon's, no, Dale's own will.
だからここからはもう命令じゃない。
Just keep pushing, everyone knows how love works. True. So from here on, I'm not ordering you anymore.
さよ、 明日までに言葉でない形で返事がもらいたい。わかるね。
どうすれば。
もうこれ以上は命令じゃないから、僕は君に命令はしない。でも指輪は指にするものだからね。気に入ってくれたなら好きな指につけてくれればいい。
Shannon had only pretended not to know. She already understood what he wanted her to do. But she was standing at a huge crossroads of her life.
もうこんな時間だね。今夜はこれくらいにしよ
う。George turned away from Shannon, acting just a bit bluntly.
君に左手につけてほしいと命令することもできるかもしれない。君も命令されればそれに従えるという臆病な甘えがあるかもしれない。でも最後のここだけは君のさよの意志でしてもらいたいんだ。わかるね。
はい。
だからそれが命令。今夜よく考えて明日その返事を見せてほしい。
Order. Today was the culmination of their many days spent together. This moment certainly hadn't come as a surprise to Shannon.
そろそろゲストハウスに戻ろうか。これ以上遅いとみんなを心配させちゃうよ。
すみません。私、お屋敷に用を思い出しまして、お屋敷へ行かねばなりません。
こんな時間に
Time like this?
本当かな。
George stared into Shannon's face as he laughed mischievously. He definitely saw through Shannon's lie. However, when he saw how she felt, he could sort of understand she might be so embarrassed that she'd want to be alone. So, because George realized the meaning behind Shannon's lie, he accepted it. Oh! There's the glass break. How long were they out there? An hour? Ooh, boy. Things are getting really fun, so I don't want to stop it just yet. To stream, I mean. But I do want to take a quick break because earlier at the start of the stream I just chugged down the rest of my coffee to wake myself up. And I don't have anything to drink. I haven't had any drink in a few hours. All night stream? Nah. This would be a good stopping point, unless you have like 2 more hours to get through another major thing. 2 hours is nothing. It'd probably be 3 if I keep going... If I keep distracting myself with random things like, oh look, that's just like KH2's menus. Do any of these, like... It said these update every now and then, right? Or is that me misremembering? A little droplet sound? Do you think I'm gonna notice something like that? Maybe it is noticeable. Or is it like a droplet whenever I click on them? Can you be like Kingdom Hearts and put like a little new icon on their like on their portrait for me to like click and check it out? Doesn't look like any of these updated. Anyway, alright. Do a quick save, but not exiting. Just wanna take a quick break and go get my coffee already. Haven't updated since I got them. Righto, righto, nice, nice. Oh, actually, hold on. I need a... Do I hear seagulls faintly in the background? Those cats. Alright, there we go. Now I'm gonna go and go get my drink finally. Holy. BRB. What did I catch when I was away? Blue discus. I finally caught something that wasn't actual literal garbage. Anyway, yada yada. Don't mind me as I take a soft little break here to eat a little bit of cake that we had left over. Turns out I also don't have any more milk, and I gotta go get more. But just pure black coffee. Well, I figured since that's how it's gonna be, I might as well eat something a little sweet while drinking this coffee here before we get right back into it. You know, I've never really ate much carrot cake before. Have you? Actually pretty good. Oop, I wonder who the first I wonder who the first person to think of like making a cake with carrots like was what they were thinking. Did they just like carrots? Don't you start this bowl again. What the fuck you mean you never had carrots? What are you? Ah, that's right. You're like, I remember now. You live on Goat Island. All you have are goats. That's why all you drink is milk. Yeah, I expect you to be a normal human being, not some Martian. Goat cake? That sounds not very good. Alright, a couple more bites. Oh, good. Maybe I should talk with a mouthful. Never had carrots. I'm pretty sure before you said you never, like, eaten a banana. Dude probably hasn't even, like, ever eaten a potato. Dude's probably more frail than me. I actually eat vegetables. That's why I'm strong. Don't say that shit when I'm sipping coffee. Ugh. Maybe I should end stream. Took the energy out of me. He's eating potato, but it was like 15 years ago. Dude's either extremely picky about his food or just doesn't eat well. Those things fires are made of? Yo, just words. Fries? Oh. That means you haven't eaten any French fries in like 15 years? Not even French fries? Don't count. They're literally potatoes. 100% potato. Maybe some salt. I don't even know about that. Hold on. You're depressing me. I need to eat. I might eat more. What you doing, Noah? Ay, ay, ay. Alright. Now I'm good again. For real this time. Unless you say something else fucked up. Hold on. A little bit still stuck in my throat. Alright, alright. Bread and beer are both made of wheat. Would you consider them the same thing? I consider it both, like, consuming wheat. Yes, I wouldn't call beer bread or vice versa. I would consider them both wheat. That's not even an apt comparison because a French fry is literally a potato cut into thin slices. Whatever. No, you. I don't even got any words for you. It's not a game. The novel. Darn said so earlier. Right, but yeah, let's fucking let's get this on again. It's been like 10 minutes. Shannon entered. Alright, that's... I can't... I thought the V stands for the visual. Can't stop thinking about what you just told me. Ah! Shannon entered the entrance hall to the mansion with a tottering gait. A mixture of exaltation, and uncertainty. Exaltation? Exaltation. Yeah, exaltation. Man, that's a weird word. And it certainly gave her a feeling that she couldn't easily describe. It swelled up in her chest until it felt like she was about to burst. After stopping for a second in front of the servant room to take a deep breath and calm her... To take a deep breath and calm her heart, she opened the door. And Goda was standing there. Yep. Inside, Goda, who had been ordered to take the midnight shift at the mansion tonight, was absorbed in a worn-out crossword puzzle magazine. He looked up for an instant to see if one of the family had come, but when he realized it was a fellow servant, he returned to his puzzle as if nothing had happened. Not even going to question why she's here when she's supposed to be at the guest house?
源氏様より郷田さんのお手伝いにつくように言われてまいりました。
That is a lie.
ああ、そうですか。それは助かります。そろそろ戸締まりの見回りに行きたかったのですが、ここを開けてもいいものか困っていたのです。何しろ、旦那様方の会合はまだだいぶ続きそうですからね。いつ何時お茶のご用命があるかもわかりませんし。
そうですよね。ではどうしましょうか。私が留守番を。
You know he's gonna force you to do it.
ではシャノンさん、申し訳ありませんが、お屋敷内の見回りをお願いします。私はここで親族の皆さんのご用命の待機をしておりますので。
He needs to get points to become the head servant.
はい。
Shannon was slightly disgusted. Even though she come here to help out as a favor, she was casually being forced to do the job of the person actually on duty. Furthermore, after one-sidedly forcing that task on her, Goda returned to his magazine once again and became immersed in his crossword puzzle. Horrible person. You alright? Shannon bowed her head as a token sign of respect for her elder, then left the room to patrol the mansion. Thanks to her being a bit ticked off, she managed to suppress that floaty feeling she'd been having until just now. And anyway, she couldn't let Genji or Kanon see her looking like this. She wanted a little time to herself until her heart calmed down, so maybe going on patrol wouldn't be so bad. Goda is an older man, he needs to take it easy. Shannon's still young, let her work those bones. I do not agree. Goda ducks. He should be gone. Kick him out. Forever. He began to hear the tumultuous voices of the family discussion coming from the dining hall. Someone was speaking at great length, only to be interrupted by someone else. The second person also began to speak in a very long, drawn-out fashion until yet another person interrupted. That kept on repeating. It was as though their displeasure was seeping out through their voices. She had been told to go to the guest house, so it would be bad if Cross discovered her. Think this, Shannon dashed past the dining hall. Then she went on a prearranged route through the dark mansion, checking that the locks were secure. She walked down the hall, checking each window. There were no humans on Rokenjima other than those connected to the family, so locking up didn't really serve much of a purpose. No one had been in the habit of locking up at the Ushiromiya head family. No one had been in the habit of locking up at the Ushiromiya head family, at least not until Natsui had scolded them for being careless. The metal fixtures on the windows were ice cold, and as she checked them one by one, the glow in her heart seemed to cool down. And then one of them's going to be open, wide. Rain seeping in. Oh? Butterflies. Persona? They were orange, not blue, though. At that time, she thought she saw something twinkling across the hall. Twinkling? How could anything be twinkling through the darkness of the hall? She figured she must have been imagining it, but she still held her breath. Grasping a curtain, she fearfully gazed down the hall. However, other than the occasional crack of thunder brightening the hallway, she was unable to glimpse any flicker again. Gold actually get it right. I was thinking that, but I didn't want to correct myself because I'm never wrong. I'm always right. It must have been her imagination after all. Maybe her heart was so agitated that she'd seen something that didn't even exist. Shannon went back to checking the windows. However, a certain unnerving memory was resurrected in the back of her mind. It was that ghost story, which had been passed down amongst the servants who served the Ushiromiya head family. The mansion had two different masters, one of the day and one of the night. Beatrice, the master of the night, would sometimes fly around the mansion in the form of sparkling butterflies. That was the story. Come to think of it, didn't Kanon-kun once say he'd seen it with his own eyes? Though he got sulky when I said he must have imagined it and refused to believe in him. Could it possibly be true? The roar of the thunder gave no answer. Back at the guest house. Oh no, the mansion. Or assist the cast. No, match it. At the clock striking 12? Or 11? He's gonna come out of the painting. Damn, it would have been cool though. Yep. Kumasawa just hanging out with the chandelier. It would have been so cool, dude. I would have clapped. Nanjo's chilling in space. Nebus. All the pieces are in place. I didn't get to finish reading that. But it said 2400, so I guess it did strike midnight. Beatrice. Oh. Just advancing to like 6? 6 a.m. Nothing else interesting happens at throughout the night? Throughout the morning, I guess? The second day. October 5th, 1986. AM. Damn, so I wish I could have a rain like that. That like starts at night and then continues and still goes on into the morning. That'd be both relaxing to sleep to and wake up to. Actually, maybe I do stop a bit early here because it seems like a nice spot to stop at the start of the second day. Finally getting through the first. I don't know, what do you think? That was a long BRB just for like it's 10 minutes of like talking there. Shannon wandering through the halls. Hmm. Wow. Another bite of cake, but that one was 90% frosting. Wow. Yeah, I guess I do kind of want to keep going. It's just I was thinking like it's a decent stopping moment for like for streams and whatnot. Whatever, we're still going then. It's the morning. It's finally the second day. Genji tightened his bow tie and looked outside through a crack in the curtains. Maybe the rain had died down a tiny bit since the previous night. The thick rain clouds didn't seem like to be letting any trace of the morning sun get by. The morning was dim and far from refreshing. I would call that refreshing. What?
やはり今日いっぱいはやみそうにないか。
お待たせしました、源氏様。
And finished checking his appearance and exited the washroom. Under normal schedule, it was rare for anyone to have to suffer going straight from a midnight shift to an early morning shift. They were on a special schedule for the 2 days of the family's conference. However, unless the typhoon passed today, the relatives' stay on this island would last until tomorrow. Venom thought it best to be prepared for the special schedule to last an extra day. The two of them left the guest house, opening their umbrellas. The rose garden had been devastated by the wind and rain on the previous night. Even though they'd spent several days making it beautiful to welcome the guests, one stormy night was enough to ruin it. Then inside, the two headed for the mansion. They were supposed to meet up with Goda and prepare breakfast. Goda was such a perfectionist that he had probably already woken up, and was probably already preparing breakfast and as exquisite and elegant as glasswork. Oof, hiccups now. They reached the overhang by the entrance to the mansion and folded up their umbrellas. Genji took a bundle of several keys from his pocket and unlocked the front door. Yoshiromiya family mansion was the only thing on Rokkenjima, so in the past they hadn't been in the habit of locking up. However, Natsume have ordered that the mansion be locked up from midnight to early morning. Ever since then, unlocking the door in the early morning had become part of the servant's morning shift. This task had been given to Genji and Kanon so that Goda could start preparing breakfast as soon as he woke up. Silence had fallen in the mansion, giving the impression that the mansion itself was still asleep.
では、朝の仕事を始めよう。
はい。
Chores! The two of them split up and began opening the curtains throughout the mansion. If the curtains stayed closed, the mansion would remain enveloped in faint darkness, as though it was still trapped in the previous night. Following a well-rehearsed procedure, Cannon went around the mansion, opening the curtains for one window after another without having to retrace his steps once. So efficient! Even with this horrible weather, drawing the curtains made it feel just a little bit like morning. While doing that, he passed in front of the kitchen. Even though he hadn't smelled anything yet, his stomach started aching for some of Goda's prize cooking. He hates him, but he still likes the cooking, huh?
おはようございます。
He tried to greet Goda, who should have been getting breakfast ready, but Goda was nowhere to be seen. The kitchen was darkly lit, and not only were the curtains not open, but the fan wasn't even running. It was still cold without any trace of fire being lit, so of course there were no signs of breakfast being made either. Though it would have been inexcusable, perhaps Goda had overslept. Even servants are only human. They sometimes sleep in and show up late. In rare cases that such a thing happens, it's part of a servant's code to hide the unsightly scene before anyone notices. Smoothly cover it up, and make sure the family never even realizes that anything has gone wrong. Kanan took the receiver of the phone that had been fitted to the wall and dialed the number for the extension line in the servant's sleeping room. He couldn't hear that caresick sound of a dial tone. Kanan tried picking up the receiver again, but even so, it couldn't hear the usual dial tone. The phone lines are down! Darn this typhoon! He tried down again, but it had no apparent effect. Did the lightning last night have damaged the machine, breaking the extension line? The equipment in the mansion was all worn out. Kanan fully understood that even the smallest thing could have caused it to break down. He gave up trying to wake just walk there. Gave up trying to wake Goda with the phone and dashed over to this. Okay, he is. It's. I gotta finish reading sentences before I say stuff. How long had it been since I stopped sleeping? How long has it been since I stopped sleeping and stared lazily? And I started lazily staring up at the ceiling. That vague sense of awakening was part of Natsui's usual morning experience. She always slept lightly, and she couldn't sleep at all without medicine. Oof. Natsui's sleep was definitely not a happy thing. When she looked outside, she saw that it was still pouring. She hadn't sensed a tiny mountain of light. She might have mistakenly thought it was still the previous night. She herself was one of the hosts, so she mustn't wake up later than her guests. Urging herself on, she raised up her body, which still hadn't completely recovered from yesterday's weariness. No one would torment her as long as she remained inside this room, and her headache wouldn't get any worse here. This room was the only place she could find peace. So when she left, it meant returning to the world where her husband's siblings kept trying to stab each other in the back. In that case, wouldn't it be better just to stay locked up in this room forever? That ridiculous notion brought a bitter smile to Natsui's face. It was starting to sound like Kinzo. Though she often complained about Kinzo staying locked up in his own room and refusing to attend to everyone else, the truth was that she longed to do the same. Natsui gave her head a small shake, and her fantasy was replaced by the reawakening of her usual headache. When she reached the doorknob, trying to leave the room, her hand touched a scorpion charm that she had hung from it before going to sleep the previous night. It was Maria's charm, which Natsui had received from Jessica. Didn't Jessica say something about it having the power to repel magic, only to hang it from her doorknob? Maybe it was thanks to the charm that at least this room had been protected from the malice of her husband's siblings. As she thought this, her mood began to get a little more cheerful.
ジェシカのおかげで少しはゆっくり眠れたということかしら。
She actually hung it on the door. Then Natsui remembered. That's right. Last night I promised Jessica that I'd give her a charm of her own in exchange for this one, didn't I? The chandelier! Give it to Jessica. Natsui opened a drawer on her dresser and took out an antique accessory case that she had treasured when she was a child. Inside there were many small objects Natsui thought were valuable at the time. Amidst those, she pulled out a red pouch. Inside was a small round mirror about 10 centimeters across. It looked quite old, but the design on the back of the mirror was very ornate, and it felt like something with historical value. At the very least, it seemed much more authentic than any other charm, which looked like a plastic scorpion change. Or than the other charm, not any other. Then the other charm, which looked like a plastic scorpion change. She had heard that this was a spiritual mirror for warding off evil spirits, and she had been given it specifically by her grandmother when her grandmother's mementos had been distributed. It had been believed since long ago that a strange power resided in this mirror. Perhaps people thought it could reflect calamity and malice in the same way it reflected light. Seems like a nice good luck charm. Natsui returned the mirror to its pouch. It would probably be a fitting object to hand over to Jessica. Just as she was placing it in her pocket, the sounds of someone knocking on the door suddenly echoed throughout the room.
Hi.
Oh,
Genji.
早朝から申し訳ございません。
今行きます。何事ですか?
No servant had ever come to her this early in the morning, nor had they come to wake her in person. Perhaps something bad happened. Maybe some fatal oversight had been made while preparing breakfast, something that would shame the household in front of their guests. Natsui took a deep breath of anticipation for whatever troubles she was about to hear of. Oda is dead, gone, missing. I'd accept either. When she opened the door, Genji once again gave a morning greeting while bowing deeply. Natsui tentatively responded.
おはようございます。
Did you just sleep in that outfit?
何かありましたか?
申し訳ございません。昨夜の落雷で電話機器に故障が出たようです。内線電話が不通になっておりますもので、直接のお伺いになってしまったことをお許しください。
内線電話が普通? それは面倒になりましたね。
Go fix it.
修理は可能ですか?
残念ながら故障箇所がわかりません。後で業者を呼んで修理させたいと思います。
ということは、この台風が過ぎるまでは修理不能ということですか?
Correct.
つまり客人たちの滞在中はずっと普通ということですね。客人たちのお世話に支障は。
出ないよう最善を尽くします。
結構です。粗相のないようよろしく頼みます。
It's really let out a small sigh of relief. She had been prepared for the worst. The damage to the telephones wasn't the kind of trouble she was worried about. And again, even this would probably be enough to spark sarcasm from Eva. Atsui gave her head a light shake.
朝食の準備は順調ですか？
About that.
それがゴーダの姿が見えません。朝食の支度もまだ行われておらず。
なんですって？
Natsui was indignant. To her, this was a much bigger problem than the phones not working. And despite that, this piece of information was the part that had been postponed. Why did everything go well most of the time, then come to something like this when the relatives were visiting? Natsui put her hand on her forehead and shook her. Maybe because you're shaking her head so much is why you have headaches all the damn time, dude.
大方朝寝坊でもしているのでしょう。とにかく誰でもいいから急いで朝食の準備を。
Natsui exited into the hall and turned around for a second to close the door to her room. The creepy thing she saw there silenced her completely. It was an unpleasant sight, as though someone had dipped their fingers in a reddish-black liquid and scratched the door around the doorknob. It was probably some sort of awful prank, but who would prank you? Also, I don't really see it. It's probably some sort of awful prank arranged by some person who wanted to make it look as though they tried to force the door with bloody hands. The charm did protect her. For a second, I thought the thing was going to be that the keyhole was upside down. But I guess the doors are just like that here for some reason.
これは悪趣味な。
私も今ここにお伺いして初めて気づきました。後ほど清掃いたします。
大方、趣味の悪い客人の冗談でしょう。不愉快です。実に不愉快です。
Who in the world would pull such a childish and disgusting prank? Natsui had a pretty good idea, but of course there was no proof. So even if she pushed the issue, it would just seem as though she was making a fuss about nothing. In fact, it would surely be better to act as though she hadn't even realized that such a prank had been played on her. Natsui gave the order to have it cleaned and headed off to the parlor with a squeak of her heels. Squeak, squeak. Have other graffiti artist. I'd believe it. When Natsui and Genji arrived in the parlor, Eva and Hideyoshi were already there. Wow. What a coincidence.
おはようございます、皆さん。
おはよう、夏日さん。
How fortuitous.
朝食も合田さんが作るっちゅう話やないか。朝から胃袋が大喜びで騒ぎっぱなしなんや。
Here it comes.
本家の楽しみは食事くらいがせいぜいですものね。
エヴァさんも朝からご機嫌がよろしいようで何よりです。
With a weird expression, Natsui returned Eva's gaze, which was fiercely competitive despite the early hour. Then Kano jogged in. After bowing an apology to the relatives for running inside the mansion, he noticed Genji and told him something in a small voice.
カノン、ゴーダはまだ見つからないのですか？
申し訳ございません、奥様。お屋敷内もゲストハウスも回ったのですが、まだ。
一体どこへ行ったというのです。とりあえず今はゴーダより朝食の準備が先決です。至急対応しなさい。
はい。
Kanon glanced at Genji. It seemed he had something else to report. but was uncertain whether or not the word should come from him. Genji nodded and decided to give the report himself.
奥様
Oh? Eva doesn't need a warm-up. She's ready to throw shit the moment she wakes up. Real hater energy, dude. Alright, what's this other thing that they know about that should be reported?
ゴーダだけではありません
Oh. Is it actually Rudolph too?
旦那様の姿もありません
Oh. Ross?
主人が
A couple torn apart. Right? That was one of the things. I wish I'd written down that entire thing. Next time we see it, maybe I might actually note that down. Troth and Goda? You know what? Maybe they are.
はい
Oh, should it? Alright, hold on. Yo, tips! Ah. They also have the letter in here. The first Twilight offered the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. And the second Twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. 2 who are close. I guess that doesn't necessarily mean like her and Rouse. They're not exactly close, right? I would say Rudolph and Carrie are a lot closer. Who else would I consider close? George and Shannon? Are like other candidates that fit that. That might actually be more fitting than Rudy and Kyrie. Inzo and Nanjo are pretty close. They are, but I don't think Kinzo would be part of it this early. Maria and Rosa? Maria and Rosa's hand? That's true! Twilight. What defines Twilight? I normally think of that as like... what, like around sunset? Oh, fuck. A Twilight meaning... Don't give me the fucking movie book Twilight. I don't need to revisit that area of my life again. When the sun is below the horizon. Right, yeah. So could Twilight also... like, it could also be... not night, but like right before morning as well, right? There could be 2 Twilights in a day? Or is that wrong? Yeah, twice a day, so I am thinking correct. So last night, as the sun was setting, offer up the sacrifices. This morning, Twilight. Tear apart two who are close. And then once it reaches nighttime again, they'll praise her name. Okay. Tear apart two who are close. I guess Eva and Hideyoshi. Eva Hideyoshi can be like considered close. But my money's on George and Shannon, especially it like the moment that they had the night before makes me think that it's far more likely that it could be them that they have to tear apart. It would make it would seem more impactful to me. Because they just barely like had that whole moment. It's still fresh. I think it would hurt more. Hurt them anyway. Alright. Where were we? Oh, let's fucking... We got the theories going on now. Alright, where's Cross?
奥様より先に旦那様に朝食の準備がないことをご報告しようと思い、それから旦那様だけではありません。
Another. Six. Seven, 8, 9, 10. 11. Hold on. Offer 6. And how many are left? Yeah, it is 18. I'm just making sure I remember that right. It should be 12 left. Tear apart the two who are close. Does that mean there's 10 left at this point? Or 11? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I wonder, alright.
ルドルフ様ご夫妻とローザ様のお姿。
Oh, Rosa. And Kyrie too. Rhoda, Rudolph, Kyrie, Rosa. 2 more missing, maybe?
ゲストハウスにも屋敷にもですか？
はい、ゲストハウスのお部屋にもおられません。
When she heard that Goda alone was missing, she assumed he had slept in or was loafing around somewhere. However, now that she learned of several relatives were also nowhere to be seen, she began to take a slightly more optimistic view. Okay, last night's family conference have continued all night up until the present moment. If so, they might have wanted to cool their heads after being shut in a stuffy room, going out for walks on their own through the rain. The part about cooling their heads really sounded like something Cross would say. Oda had probably been summoned to accompany them and aid them in some way. Oda was not a man who lost track of time. He had to understand that preparation for breakfast would be hindered if he did not return. However, maybe the family conference had continued until this very moment, with an atmosphere that would make it hard for anyone to slip out. Yes, that theory would be quite convincing for Natsui. Remember the illusion she felt that morning, as though the previous night had never ended. When she learned that feeling wasn't just an illusion, she once again took a deep, weary breath. After all, that banquet of filthy vultures circling Kinzo's property was still going on.
大方、庭園のどこか、あるいは海岸の方で相も変わらず遺産の話を繰り返しているのでしょう。
The beach? In this weather?
とにかく、ゴーダを呼び戻さなくては、いつまでも朝食の準備が整いません。
ってことはなんや、兄さんたちの話し合いはまだ続いとるんか。
He had planned to say it in a small voice, but Hideyoshi overheard Natsui and managed to grasp the situation.
兄さんもルドルフもタフね。ローザの場合は若さかしら。私たち、夕べの24時過ぎにはもう眠くてベッドに戻らせてもらったんだけど。
Who's not accounted for right now? I keep going back to think. It's still... Oh, we don't know where Shannon is. She hasn't been seen yet. Kurosawa... thinks also hasn't been seen. But they might have said something about that, since she should have been at the guest house sleeping with Genji and Conan. We haven't seen them, but I'm sure all the kids are there. Confirmed, confirmed, confirmed. We don't know anything about Kinzo, but I think he wouldn't be out of the picture just yet, I think. These two are here. And we don't know where Nanjo might be. Alright, alright, alright.
確かにあの時点でも、まだ兄さんたちは熱論を交わしてたわ。男って、熱くなると嫌ね。
Atsui snorted, her face still blank.
カノン、表を探してらっしゃい。ゴーダを見つけたら、すぐに戻って朝食の準備をするよう伝えなさい。
かしこまりました。
He's gonna go up there and find him, like, dead on a summoning circle or something.
夏日姉さん、表とは限らないわよ。
But we also don't know for sure they're inside, so what are you talking about, woman? We gotta search everywhere. We don't know where they are.
お父様の書斎ってことはないかしら？
That's a funny joke.
なるほど。考えられん話やないで。
How?
どういう話
He doesn't let
の流れか
anyone in
もわ
there.
からんが、お父さんの主催に場所を移して、お父さんにも混じってもらって議論を続けてるっちゅう可能性は十分あるやろ。
そのような汚らわしい話題を好んで、お父様が書斎へ招き入れることなど考えられません。
あらそう。じゃあ仕方ないわね。 源氏さんとカノン君は申し訳ないけど、外を探してきてちょうだい。確かに兄さんなら、頭を冷やすために外を散歩しようなんて言い出しても不思議はないわ。たとえこんな天気でもね。私はお父様の書斎に行ってくるわ。ひょっとするとそこにいるかもしれないしね。
They pretended to be Genji.
客人であるエヴァさんにそこまでのご足労はおかけできません。私が行ってきます。朝のご挨拶も兼ねて。
あら、じゃあお願いするわね。でも朝の挨拶を交わしてくれるかは疑わしいわね。
Would he have returned your greeting, Eva? Come on now.
夏日姉さんってお父様とは仲よろしかったかしら？
Again, have you?
仲が良いかは分かりかねますが、後ろ宮家の跡継ぎの妻を許されるだけの信頼を得ていると確信しています。
なら、きっと返事くらいはしてくれるわね。お父様とは朝食くらいご一緒したいの。ぜひ降りてきてくださるよう説得してくれないかしら？私たちはすっかり嫌われちゃってるみたいだけど、そこまで信頼を得ている夏日姉さんの言うことなら聞いてくれそうですもの。
And she's so mean.
そこまで短歌を切ってお父様を説得できず、一人で降りてきちゃったりしたら。
And she only said she was gonna go up to check. Not that she would bring him down.
信頼を得ているなんて二度と言えないかもね。
自信はありませんが、努力はします。
Natsui responded, looking discouraged. However, knowing Kinzo's temperament, she had absolutely no confidence in her ability to bring him out. Eva was clearly mocking her, confident that Natsui wouldn't be able to get Kinzo to come down. But even so, Natsui would lose face if she gave up, saying it was impossible and letting Eva go instead. Eva's mean-spirited and unreasonable demand made Natsui clench her fists slightly. When Genji realized this, he softly spoke to her over this order. Whatever, you got it.
奥様、よろしければこれをお持ちください。
それは？
Oh. The key to his... Oh, yeah? The study had an auto lock. It couldn't be unlocked as long as Kinzo forbade entrance. However, since Genji was especially trusted by Kinzo, he was allowed to carry a key to that door.
でもこの鍵を使ったら、あなたも咎めを受けるのではありませんか？
親方様は深くお休みになられている時、扉、それに親方様にお部屋を出ていただくよう説得するには、扉越しでは難しゅうございましょう。
Oh, Genji's a cool dude. I love him.
ぜひお使いください。
源氏。
Until now, Natsui had thought of Genji as a cold servant who wouldn't do anything for her, since he worked directly under Kinzo. But it looked like she would have to alter her understanding of him. She wanted to communicate her gratitude, but by then Genji had already turned his back on her and was walking down the corridor with Ganon. But as Natsui watched him go, the words directed at her from behind were sneering.
じゃあお父様を必ず連れてきてね。息子のかわいい嫁の言うことですもの。きっと聞いてくれるわよ。
Shut up already, woman.
私たちは客人だから、ここでのんびりくつろがせてもらうわ。
予算かえば口が過ぎるで。すまんが夏日姉さん、お父さんのことをよろしく頼むわ。
Hideyoshi's cool. Why do you put up with her? Without entering, Natsui forcefully spun around on her heels and quickly left that place. Meanwhile... Oh... Hideyoshi's the only thing stopping this feral bitch from tearing everyone apart. It really is. How does he do it? What does he see in her? After all that excitement the previous night, there was no way anyone was going to wake up early. George, Jessica, and I were snoring loudly on the beds in the cousin's room, but Maria, who had gone straight to bed without joining in, was completely awake. Hideyoshi's only crime is only to have one kid with her. You would make more? As she rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked around, she was met with the loud snoring of the other three cousins. For a while, Maria had to think about what had happened. After that, she realized that her mother wasn't with her, and she quickly got lonely. Maria left the cousin's room, trying to head to the room that had been arranged for her and her mother. Paying no heed to the three who were sleeping soundly, she slammed the door shut. In response, Battler mumbled and rolled over in sleep, but it wasn't enough to wake him up. After a while, Maria turned, once again opening the door with a lively bang. Slamming doors open, dude. When she had left the room, her face had been sleepy, but now that she was back, she looked irritated. After that, she climbed up on Battler's bed, which happened to be the closest, and started yelling and jumping on it like it was a trampoline. Wake up, idiot! Morning! For making sure I was awake, Maria moved over to George's bed and started jumping on that too. In that manner, the three of us were all greeted with an extremely pleasant awakening.
ありがとう、マリアちゃん。僕たちは夕べが遅かったから寝坊しちゃったのを起こしてくれたんだね。でも、もう少しだけ起こし方を優しくしてくれると完璧だったかな。
Ah, it's great. It's good. It's fun.
ジョージ兄さんは本当に大人だよ。尊敬するぜ。
もうすぐ7時なんだな。ま、確かにもう起きてもいい頃だぜ。
ローザおばさんが部屋にいなかったの？もう起きてお屋敷の方に行っちゃったのかな。
Yeah, she's probably at the mansion. I mean, she isn't, but she's probably at the mansion. Maria kept groaning, ooh, ooh, and looking unhappy. She didn't exactly seem lonely because her mother wasn't around. It was more like she was irritated and thrown off balance because her mother wasn't where she expected. If we could just tell her where her mother was, that alone would probably calm her down. Unfortunately, we had no way of knowing where Aunt Rosa was except that she wasn't here.
どうせ朝食に行くことになるんだし、屋敷の方に行こうぜ。
そうだな。マリア、一緒に屋敷へ行こうぜ。きっとローザおばさんもそこさ。
ママはお屋敷なら行く。
そうだね。お屋敷に行こうか。多分親たちはもう向こうに行ってるんだよ。
Maria regained her usual composure so completely, her earlier tantrum now seemed like a lie. She got dressed, left the room, and headed for the mansion. Knock, knock. Meanwhile, going back and forth a lot here. Once more, there was a knocking sound on the study door, but there was no answer. He seemed to be sleeping still. I could not wake him. If she went back downstairs and said something like that, Eva would probably be amused and triumphant. And even putting Eva aside, it was problematic that Kinzo had stayed shut away during his entire once-a-year conference, not even coming down to greet anyone. Even the family head, no, especially the family head, couldn't fail to make an appearance. I wonder if I can convince him myself. Matsui readied herself and used the key that she had borrowed from Genji to open the door. And there everyone lay, dead, on the floor, on a summoning circle. Even though she was prepared for the sweet stench, it seemed to eat into one's brain as it poured out the small crack in the door. She couldn't help but grimace. Thinking that he might still be sleeping, Natsui entered the room quietly. When she did, Kinzo was already awake and looking down out the window. Well, this might be bad.
おはようございます。
どうやって入ったのか。
Kinzo spoke with his back still facing her. His voice was not harsh but calm, and Natsui was slightly reassured. However, though he was awake, he wouldn't have ignored all that knocking if he was in a good mood. Natsui wasn't able to relax.
申し訳ございませんでした。源氏さんにお願いして、書斎の鍵をお借りさせていただきました。
ほう、源氏がか。我が友がそれに足ると思ったならば、話を聞かぬわけにもいくまい。して、私に何言おうか。
はい。もうじき朝食の準備が整いますが、ぜひお父様にもおいでいただきたく思いまして。
Yeah, but also mentioned like missing people. Maybe he might have something to say about that.
朝食はここで取る。いつものように運ばせるがいい。
しかしお父様、年に一度の親族会議です。せめてお顔をお見せになってください。
下に降りて、私の死後、遺産をどのように食いちぎるのかを決める議論に加われというのか。バカらしい。そのような話は私を抜きで好きに進めるがいい。
And these people ever brush their hair or take a shower? Just the 80s hygiene wasn't invented yet? I feel like it was. Surely.
そしてそれが親族会議だというなら、私がこの部屋を出るほどの価値はない。私は忙しいのだ。構うでない。
His last words carried the threat that any further questions would not be appreciated. Natsui realized that adding any further pleas would finally bring his wrath down upon her. He didn't look forward to facing Eva's sarcasm, but there was nothing more Natsui could do.
そうですか。わかりました。みんな残念がるでしょうが、そう伝えます。
Natsui decided to give up. Bowing silently, she tried to leave the room before Kinzo's spasmodic temper... Right. Before Kinzo's spasmodic temper could flare up. That's a new word. Spasmodic. As she did, Kinzo spoke to her. His voice was so calm and gentle it felt like it came from an entirely different person.
夏日、後ろ宮の家に嫁ぎ、もう随分になるな。
はい。後宮を名乗ることを許されてから、もう随分になります。
前の家が恋しくなることもあるか。
いいえ、嫁ぐとは、成果を捨てることです。私は後宮夏日。帰る家も、懐かしむ家も、すべてはこの後宮の家のみです。
He truly wasn't exaggerating. Such was the resolve she felt whenever she applied Ushiromiya family name to herself. That's precisely why she was so saddened when her husband didn't treat her like an Ushiromiya, leaving her to race about in vain.
クラウスが女でお前がその夫であったならいやそれは言うまい。
If it was reversed, you'd be perfect.
それはどういう意味ですか、お父様。
Natsui was shocked. If Kinzo's words just now were what they seemed, it would have been more than enough to make up for all she'd suffered through it at that point.
忘れよ。年寄りのざれ言だ。
Kinzo once again faced away from her. He told her to forget it, but Natsui couldn't help feeling a warmth in her heart.
お父様、この夏日は血はつながらずともお父様の娘です。後ろ宮家の名誉も栄光も、そしてお父様が残されたものもすべて、この夏日が必ずや守ってみせますから。
お前に片翼のわしをまとう資格はない。しかしお前の心には確かに片翼のわしが刻まれている。
Isn't that nice?
ならばお前は間違いなく我が血族で後ろ宮家の栄光を引き継ぐものだ。
No, it's mine's on my shoulder here, dude.
お前の衣服にわしがないことを嘲笑う者もいよう。しかしそれに耳を貸すことはない。心にわしを持つ者だけが真の私の血族なのだ。お前を後ろ宮家に迎えられたことを今は光栄に思っている。
Wow, he's being extremely kind to her. Without saying anything more, Kenzo remained with his back to Natsui. However, Natsui couldn't help but feel something warm well up inside her that she hadn't felt since long ago. When she had been just a child. Natsui bowed silently to his back and left the room.
あら、ちょうどいいタイミングだったわね。お父様の様子はどう？あんまり遅いから様子を見に来ちゃったのよ。
When Natsui left the study, she saw Eva climbing the stairs and their eyes met. Eva was smirking unpleasantly, thinking Natsui would leave drudgingly after failing to convince Kenzo. However, the way Natsui was now, such a frivolous laugh would not disturb her. She was not permitted to wear the family crest on her clothing, but she was permitted to wear it in her heart. So she spoke calmly, clearly, and confidently, with the dignity of the one who would protect the Ushiromiya family's glory.
お父様は親族会議にはおいでにならないそうです。汚らわしい議題に関心はないと仰せです。
とかなんとか言っちゃって。お父様を説得できなかったんなら素直にそう言えばいいじゃない。
哀れですね。お父様が嘆かれるお気持ちも分かろうというものです。
それはどういう意味よ。
Yeah, tell her off. Natsui did not answer. Just as Kinzo had done earlier, she showed Eva her back as she headed down the stairs. Eva finally realized that she was being made fun of, that something had happened to quickly bolster Natsui's confidence, even though she apparently didn't have the courage to risk Kinzo's wrath. Unable to even knock on the door, she could only click her tongue, make a motion as though scratching at it, and follow after Natsui.
それで兄さんたちはいたの？お父様に聞いたの？
聞きそびれましたが、書斎の中にはいませんでした。お父様が夫たちの下船な話のために入室を許すこともありえませんから、下に降りて使用人たちが探してくれるのを待ちましょう。朝食は遅れますが、お茶でもいかがです？エヴァさん。
別に結構よ。
He's getting thrown off. Eva couldn't hide her confusion at the complete difference in Natsui's attitude. He was acting so boldly while Eva hated to admit it, She even had a sense of dignity about her. Unable to find fault with anything, Eva could only follow Natsui's back to the parlor. Hell yeah. The two of them returned to the parlor. Hideyoshi had been joined by the 4 children and Nanjo. Oh, Nanjo's accounted for them. Genji, who had been talking with Hideyoshi, reported the current situation when he noticed that Natsui had returned.
主人たちはまだ見つからないのですか？
はい。申し訳ございません。あと、熊沢が朝食の準備
Alright,
に入りました。
Kumasawa's like accounted for, alright. I figured she'd still be fine.
もう少し時間をいただきたいとのことです。
So, Shannon, Goda, Rosa, Rudy, Harry, Ross. That's 6. If Shannon's actually missing, we still don't know. There's no hard confirmation about her. But it would be exactly 6. Wouldn't it? But then who do you tear apart that are close? Let's continue. Preparing the mackerel. The clock read a little past 8. Just damn, that all that took like an hour. 8 should have been the time to start breakfast. Normally, going over that time limit would be a disgrace to the host.
今、カノンが表を探しています。
Still? Inzel and Natsui? Kenzo and Natsui, of course, were not watching. Not watching. What? Oh. I guess that also kind of fits. I don't know about that. Maybe. I'm gonna keep thinking about this. Darn, don't English too good.
シャノンの姿も見えません。
Just like me. Okay, there's I guess the confirmation there. No one knows where Shannon is.
シャノンまで？まったく。主人は何を従えて散歩に出かけたのですか？
I don't think it's a little walk. Nut type Soels. Just how many people have gone missing by now? Now that the number was this large, it was starting to feel truly unpleasant, as though the people here were the only ones being left out of something interesting. At least that seemed to reflect the feelings of the children, and Maria in particular. She was indignant, her stomach grumbling, almost as though her mother and the others had left her alone to go off and eat something delicious without her. The other children were flipping through the channels on the television, trying to find a program that might interest Maria and cheer her up again. Nanjo was sitting on the sofa, gazing blissfully at the children while reading a book. Must have been a book about chess. Always chess with this guy. The sound of footsteps came rushing towards them with a pitter-patter. There was only one set, so he realized before seeing who it belonged to, that was probably a canon, not Cross and the rest.
奥様、失礼します。
その様子では見つけられなかったようですね。
申し訳ございません。まだ。
もう十分です。ご苦労をかけました。
He didn't know where they were, but they had to be somewhere on the island. They hadn't had a thing to eat since the previous night, so their stomachs must be growling about now. They'd probably come along, or they'd probably come plodding back of their own accord before long. By now, Natsui was thoroughly exasperated and started to feel that there was no reason for them to go out of the way in search.
私はお客様方にお茶のご用意をしに厨房へ行きます。二人とも早朝からご苦労様でした。
Natsui left the parlor, acting as though the release and tension had caused a new surge in her headache. Kanon tried to call her back, but Natsui left swiftly.
どうした？まだ何かあるのか？
はい、旦那様方のお姿を見つけることはできませんでしたが、その。
Kanon shouted evasive. What did you find? What did thou see out there? Torn piece of clothing or something? Kanon sounded evasive. It looked as though he didn't know where they were, but had spotted something that might be connected to their disappearance. Eva and Hideyoshi noticed this exchange of words and came over. They probably picked up on something strange in Kanon's behavior.
どうしたんや、カノン君。クラウス兄さんたちは見つかったんか？
実はバラ庭園の倉庫の様子がおかしいのです。
様子がおかしいというのはどういう意味だ？
それが、その。
It was painted red. Blood red.
何と説明すればいいのか。
Kanon hesitated once more. His tone wasn't at all what you expect from his usually fearless boy. Seeing this, Eva and Hideyoshi looked at each other dubiously.
どういうこと？倉庫の中に兄さんたちがいたんじゃないの？
いえ、中はこれから調べます。その鍵を取りに戻ったところなのですが、その。
ようわからんが、とにかく中を調べればいいだけの話じゃないか。その倉庫の鍵はどこにあるんや？
使用人室にあります。すぐに中を確かめましょう。
Oh. Kanon dashed off to the servant room and returned with the key. Genji left the parlor saying that he would go check, but then Eva and Hideyoshi followed after him. What was this something strange about the storehouse that had caused the unusually fearless Kanon to hesitate? It was still pouring outside, but perhaps their curiosity over this something that Kanon couldn't talk about. It was still pouring outside, but perhaps their curiosity over this something that Kanon couldn't talk about won out. That's a bit of a confusing sentence. While the children made a big fuss watching television, Kanon and the rest dashed over to the entrance. The Rose Garden storehouse was a place that housed various tools used to manage the garden. It was definitely not a pretty building. Because of its appearance, it had been built so that it was hidden in a corner of the Rose Garden. Kanon, Genji, Eva, and Hideyoshi came cutting across the Rose Garden holding umbrellas. They entered a small path just off the Rose Garden, which was normally off limits for those appreciating the garden and only used by those maintaining it. As they dashed down that, the storehouse came into view in front of them. But what's strange about it? It was quite an old shed, and compared to the flawlessly perfect beauty of the Rose Garden, it was pretty seedy looking. It was easy to understand why it had been built in a hard-to-see place. Eva and Hideyoshi arrived at the storehouse long after Kanon and Genji.
カノン君たちは早いな。
Can't keep up, old man.
わしは心臓が爆発しそうや。
こんなところに倉庫なんか建ててたのね。何よそれ。
When Eva looked where Kanon was pointing, she was at a loss for words. Noticing this, Hideyoshi also followed Kanon's finger and was likewise too shocked to speak. The entrance to the storehouse was a kind of shutter, and there, everyone suddenly realized why Kanon had been unable to find words to describe what they now saw. What is it? Tell me now! On the shutter, which was completely filthy from being exposed to wind and rain for so long, stuck right on it. There it is! The summoning circle I was talking about! There was something that looked like a strange dark red liquid. Mucus? Or maybe it was some sticky paint. An indescribably eerie shape was drawn on the shutter with some kind of ghastly substance. The letterings and stuff on it is, of course, stuff I can't read. It's also kind of really faint. The rain had caused it to drip down like fresh blood leaking from an open wound. 'Cause it is blood. No more beating around the bush. Some kind of mark was drawn here, with a ghastly substance that looked like blood, in the shape of what seemed to suggest something ominous. 2 circles were drawn there, and inside them was a design that looked like a cross. A cross! How many people had crosses? Battler. Maria. George. George had a cross, did he not? No, Jessica definitely does, kind of. Yeah. The way the, like, trimming of her clothes are. Oh, Kyrie does. I wonder if that's actually important. The 4 ends of the cross were widely exaggerated, and it looked like some kind of crest from somewhere around Europe. And in the cracks between these shapes, written closely packed together, were some unfamiliar characters, or possibly symbols.
なんちゅう悪趣味な落書きや。これあれか、悪魔の儀式とかの魔法陣いうやつとちゃうか。
It wasn't surprising that Hideyoshi would say that about such a ghastly shape, drawn with a deep red dripping substance.
これいつ書かれたの？
昨日雨が降り出す前にここに来ましたが、その時には何も書かれてませんでした。
他の方々の目に触れる前にご覧になられたらご不快になられるだろう。
そうね、ただの倉庫小屋とはいえ、こんな気持ち悪い落書きを1秒たりとも放置したくないわ。
倉庫の中に塗料もあります。
Oh man. There's definitely gonna be bodies inside here. It would kind of feel disappointing if there weren't.
応急処置でとりあえず塗り消して、後日天気のいい日に改めて塗装しましょう。
Genji remembered that he just recently seen. Genji remembered that he had just recently seen another scribble, and that it too had been made with a strange dark red substance and the same color as this. That must have been. That's right. He had seen it on the door to Natsui's room.
カノン君、さっさとこの落書きを消して戻りましょう。たとえ倉庫とはいえ、実家の落書きは本当に腹立たしいわ。
はい、すぐに済ませますので。
Kanon squatted in front of the shutter and unlocked it. He then lifted it up with all of his strength. A boisterous noise resounded, and the eerie shape drawn on the shutter began to get sucked in through the top as the shutter was raised. At least for the time being, that ominous drawing disappeared from their direct gaze, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Until... Oh, it's hey, don't cut back. Don't cut away from that. I wasn't done. I wasn't done. I needed to see. I need to know if there was actually something in there. Thanks to a kids program they came across, Maria was feeling much better. Battler and Jessica were poking fun at the kids' show at every turn, cackling together. George was enjoying the program with Maria from her perspective. Nacho sat on the sofa by himself, passing the time by reading quietly. They heard hurried footsteps coming from the hallway. They were the footsteps of a single person. Did that mean it wasn't the group of four that had just left? Genji. What if he came to report? He wouldn't have left and came here immediately if it wasn't something big. It was very rare for Genji who considered being out of breath a violation of his servant's virtues. Be gasping for air. I'd probably come dashing back from outside dimension. His shoulders were soaking wet and he didn't have his usual trim appearance. When Genji noticed Nanjo looking at him, he gave a small silent bow and approached him.
Nanjo sensei.
Oh, they need the doctor. As Genji whispered something into Nanjo's ears, Nanjo went pale. He rose from the sofa, trying not to be noticed by the children who were still engrossed by the TV, and the two of them rapidly left the parlor, muffling their footsteps. Just as they were about to exit the parlor, they came across Natsui, who was pushing a serving cart loaded with a tea set. Genji whispered something into Natsui's ear, and Natsui went pale too in apparent shock. Then, leaving the serving cart where it was, the three of them dashed towards the entrance. Oh, George noticed them running down the rose garden through the window.
なんだろう、源氏さんと南條先生と。
Nanjo-san, this might be a little sudden, but how good are you with corpses? We don't know they're actually corpses in there yet. Hold on, maybe they're just really sick.
あれは夏日おばさんかな。
どうしたんだよ、兄貴。
何かあったのかな。ひどい慌てようだったね。
When Jessica and Maria saw that Eva, Hideyoshi, and Nanjo were no longer in their seats, and that the serving cart had been abandoned in the entrance parlor, they also realized that something was the matter.
何か事故でもあったとか？
行ってみようぜ。俺たちだけのけものなんて面白くねえしな。
For some reason, what Battler said sounded extremely indiscreet. But they couldn't deny that they were a little insecure and concerned after seeing the adults run off into the rain without regard to their appearance.
行ってみようぜ。何があったか気になるぜ。
Jessica's uneasy words spoke for all of them.
おい、マリア。お前も来るか？それとも、テレビを見てるか？
マリアはテレビがいい。
It might be good that she stays.
僕たちだけで行こう。マリアちゃん、すぐ戻るからね。
By the time the kids made outside, the adults were no longer in sight, but Jessica seemed to have a pretty good idea where they'd gone, judging by the direction they'd been running. Following Jessica, we ran through the rain-soaked rose garden. The wind seemed to suddenly get stronger. The malicious sound of thunder began to ring out like it had the previous night. I felt like an eerie something had surrounded the island and was trying to stop us from moving forward.
Jessica, この先には何があるんだ？
確か園芸道具なんかの倉庫があったはずだぜ。
そんなところに一体何があるんだろうね。
Just as Jessica had said, they began to see a storehouse in front of them. They could also see the adults there. The shutter to the storehouse was open and several adults looked as though they were searching for something. For some reason, only Natsui was outside the storehouse. Without even holding an umbrella, she looked like she was hanging her head, and her back was facing them. There was Genji, Nanjo, and Natsui who had just left the mansion. The ones who left earlier, Kanon, Eva, and Hideyoshi, were also there, making for a small crowd of people. But there was absolutely no bustle of activity. When Atsui realized that the children were approaching, a terrible expression rose to her face, and she ran to them, her arms spread wide. But despite that, no. Because of that, the kids saw the scene Natsui was trying to keep them away from. Inside the storehouse, with its shutter wide open, a faint fluorescent light shone down. And right there was... Oof, Jessica's piercing shriek rang out. But that was just because Jessica's scream was the loudest. The same thing spilled out of Battler and George's mouth as well. Eva spread her arms just like Natsui, roaring at the kids with a bone-chilling expression on her face.
Georgie!
When Natsui spread her arms, I thought she was trying to prevent us from advancing any further. But that wasn't why Eva was spreading her arms right now. She was trying to stop us kids from seeing that terrible scene. It was her mother's heart trying to protect the eyes and hearts of us children by blocking our view of that terrible scene by at least the width of one of her arms. Oh. I'd seen this kind of cheap scene all too often. In manga, TV, anime, and movies, I've seen it over and over again. This was just seeing something appear in real life that I'd seen plenty of times before in some of those more sensational movies, right? That alone shouldn't... but that suit... It's that old bastards, isn't it? I get it. And that's Uncle Cross, Mikiri's son. And that Rosa. They were damaged after their deaths. That's a holy hell, this BGM.
いや、めったなことは言え。私は町医者だ。検視は専門外だ。
ちゅうことは何や。殺しただけじゃ飽き足らず、さらにこんな無体なことをしたん言うんか。悪魔や、悪魔の所業や。
And Natsui caught Jessica in her arms, and Eva caught George and Nikki. So I was the only one who could approach the entrance to the storehouse. If only there had been someone there to catch me too. I wouldn't have needed to have this horrible, evil scene burned into my eyes. No. That's not it. Isn't that there's no one here to catch me. The people who should catch me, they're right here, there! Aren't they? Just as Jessica said, it did look like a storehouse for gardening tools. A lawnmower with extra blades, a grass sickle and a hammer, some carpentry tools such as a saw, piled up potted plants and bags of fertilizer, and treated just the same, the corpses of several people had been laid to rest there. No, it had been tossed in there. I could tell them by their clothes. That old bastard and Curry's son. Uncle Cross and Aunt Rosa. Beyond that, Gora-san and... There are still more of them? How many people died? Fucking kidding me. I can't even count them on one hand. Damn it! I didn't know whether I'd been one of these gardening tools, which if used for something other than their intended purpose could definitely be wielded with a naked brutality. or whether some horrible tool had been brought in here specifically for this. Anyway, each one of the bodies jammed in here had been given an atrocious makeup. It wasn't makeup. It was more like their faces have been plowed. Their faces were smashed, forced into expressions that normal people couldn't even make, even after death. I couldn't tell where the eyes or noses were, but I could find their mouths because they were gaping wide. Their gums exposed. Holy, how brutally was this? Were they done in, dude? But their front teeth were missing, and even the cheeks that should have covered all of this were all torn up and laid bare. That trendy makeup you always spent so much time on, even after you're a man, isn't doing a thing now.
バトラさん、これ以上見てはいかん。こんな姿をお父さんもお母さんもあんたに見せたいわけがない。お父さんとお母さんのためにもこれ以上見てはいかん。
死者ってのは安らかに眠る顔ってやつを拝ませてくれるんじゃねえのかよ。
Even in here.
顔がねえんだよ。俺の親父とキリエさんの顔がねえんだよ。どういう顔して死んじまったのか、それすらもわかんねえんだよ。なんだよ俺は。親父たちのことを思い出すときはこのぐちゃぐちゃの化け物みてえな顔をいつも思い出せたのかよ。そいつは最高だぜ。クソ親父のニヤニヤとした顔を思い出さなくていいんだからよ。最高だぜ最高だぜ。でもよ、キリエさんの顔くらいはいいだろ。キリエさんの悪党じゃねえ。たまにはムカつくと思ったけどよ、ちょいとかっこいい俺の姉気分だったお人じゃねえかよ。こりゃねえよ、こんなのってねえよ。クローズおじさんなんかまだマシじゃねえか。顔面じゃなくて側面だぜ。少なくとも顔半分は残ってるじゃねえかよ。まだマシだぜ、まだマシだぜ。
Jessica filled her ears with the sound of her own screaming, trying to shut out my reckless words.
よすんだバトラ君、もうよすんだ、もうよすんだ。兄貴兄貴。
Disregarding age and appearance, I fell to my knees, clinging to Anaki's waist and sobbing. It was as if I was crying on behalf of everyone there, representing the feelings of everyone there. I screamed over and over.
.倒れているのはクラウスおじさん、ルドルフおじさん、キリエおばさんにローザおばさん、ゴーダさんで5人。
Oh, there might be one more.
いや、6人や。
ここにもう一人おる。
Oh, don't let George see it. The body Hideyoshi was looking down on now happened to be hidden among the shadows in that mountain range of objects, in a blind spot to George, who stood by the entrance. So George couldn't tell whose body it was. So, George cursed himself. He cursed at the fact that his worst guesses always turned out to be right.
じゃあ、お父さんの足元に倒れているのは、シャノンなんだね。
ああ、シャノンちゃんや。
George fell completely silent. He shook slightly, his lower lip trembling. Normally, he would have wanted to run over to his beloved's body, screaming and crying. However, before rashly rushing forward, he worked to keep his composure and asked his father.
シャノンも、クラウスおじさんたちと同じなのかな。
Hideyoshi deeply understood the meaning of those words. So he couldn't give George an immediate answer. Or rather, he felt that silence was the only sincere and loving response he could give George right now. When George asked if Shannon was the same, he meant to ask whether her corpse was in the same condition as the others or not. Since Hideyoshi hadn't denied it, it meant her corpse was in the same brutal state.
シャノンを見てもいいかな。
いや、あかん。
どうして？だって、もう二度とシャノンの顔を見られないんだよ。その、最後の顔、どうして見たらいけないんだよ。
お前が最後にシャノンちゃんに会ったのは昨日か。
うん。
そうか。そのシャノンちゃんは、別れ際にお前にどんな顔を見せたんや。
Oh man.
素敵な笑顔だったよ。
After he handed her the ring, he hesitated, even though she must have already made up her mind. Then she looked bashful and ran away because she was embarrassed to let him see her face. Let me read that again. Then she looked bashful and ran away because she was embarrassed to let him see her face looking like that. That's the expression that was revived in George's mind.
そうか。ならシャノンちゃんも、その笑顔をお前に残したいと願うはずや。
Hideyoshi looked down upon Shannon's body lying at his feet. Just like the other bodies, it was in such a horrible state that it'd make anyone want to cover their eyes. Her head had been smashed in from the side, and no more than half of her expression remained. If the remaining blood-soaked half of her expression had been wiped clean, would that graceful smile of hers have peeked out? But only half of it. Without thinking, Hideyoshi slapped his hands over his eyes. So brutal. If her face was going to be crushed anyway, then only all of it had been crushed. He might have been able to temporarily distract George from his pain by making the pathetic suggestion that it was someone else wearing Shannon's clothes. But half of her face had been left untouched. It cost the body so much humiliation while still proving beyond doubt that the body was Shannon's and no one else's. How inhuman. How brutish. In there, trying his best to burn the image of the remaining half of Shannon's expression to his eyes as she lay at Hideyoshi's feet, was Kanon. Kanon was not crying. Tears had not risen to his eyes, but they did not drip down. Or tears had risen to his eyes, but they did not drip down. But that didn't mean he wasn't feeling as much sadness as everyone else. Losing Shannon, who had lived with him in the same orphanage, who may have loved as a sister, must have been just the same as losing a blood relative.
ジョージ、シャノンちゃんはきっとありがとう言うてるぞ。お前に恥ずかしいところを見られとうなかったんや。きっとお前が耐えてくれたこと感謝しとるで。
分かってる。分かってるよ、父さん。分かってるよ。
George leaned against the outside of the wall of the storehouse, crouching down limply.
父さん、頼みがあるんだ。
なんや。
僕の代わりに見てほしいんだ。シャノンは指に指輪をつけてるかな。
指輪？ちょいと見てみる。
Hideyoshi crouched down. As he did, Kanon silently pointed to one of Shannon's hands.
ああ、あるで。こりゃダイヤの指輪や。
You can't put one of those. This is a moment.
クズダイヤとちゃう。なかなかの値打ちもんや。
それはどっちの手のどの指にあるのかな。
と、左手の薬指や。そっか。シャノンちゃん、婚約しとったんか。
ジョージ、あなた、まさか。
エヴァ、今はそんなん関係ないで。シャノンちゃんは男に将来を約束されとったんや。一生を幸せにしちゃると男に言わせたんや。それが誰かは問題とちゃうで。男にそこまで言わしめて、女の本懐やないか。いつこの指輪をもらったんかは知らん。誰が渡したかも知らん。だが、それでも、シャノンちゃんは指輪をもらえたんや。そして、それを受け入れ、左の薬指に通したんや。指輪を送った男も、きっと喜んだんとちゃうか。
For most of the people there, Hideyoshi was simply disturbed by this extraordinary situation and was blurting out nonsense. However, someone who knew of George and Shannon's true relationship would understand the full meaning of those words.
そっか。ありがとう、父さん。
George stood up. A trace of tears still streaked his face, but his expression had returned to its usual calm one.
行こう。バトラ君、ジェシカちゃん。これ以上、僕たちがここにいると、大人の邪魔になる。
そうだな。
Zeka sniffled once, showing her face to her mother who had been holding it the whole time to let her know she was okay now. When she faced George again, she once again had on her usual expression, although she still couldn't smile.
バトラー、しっかり。
Eller kept on crouching in front of his parents' bodies.
すまねえな。がっつり泣いたら落ち着いたぜ。親父の野郎。普段はクソクソ言ってるくせに、ちょっと死んじまったくらいでピーピー泣くんじゃねえぜって、笑ってやがら。仕方ねえだろ。親が死んだら泣くように。遺伝子すり込まれちまってんだからよ。
Though his face was still bright red from the tears, he had at least recovered enough to fake a smile, only a bitter one.
カノン、お前もこれ以上ここにいてはいけません。子供たちを連れてお屋敷に戻っていなさい。
Tatsui had been standing under the screen the whole time, unable to take a step into the storehouse. Maybe she had her own way of grieving, different from Balor's. Realizing that she had to take on a role of responsibility now that her husband was dead, they gave Canon those orders.
はい、奥様。
Canon rose silently and turned to face me. His face was pure white, almost though his own heart had died along with Shannon. And there was no life in his expression. On an ordinary day, if he had been told to guide children through this beautiful rose garden, Kanon might have led the way. But now there was no distinction between Kanon and the children. They were now just kids of the same age, suffering the pain of losing those close to them. After making sure that the children were leaving, Natsui started giving orders to Genji.
ケンジ、すぐに警察に連絡しなさい。台風が通り過ぎるまでは来られないでしょうか。どうすればいいか指示を与えてくれるはずです。
わかりました。防災用の無線機がありますので、それで連絡します。
When she heard that, Natsui remembered. That's right, the phones were out today, weren't they? However, they also had a radio since they couldn't necessarily rely on phones all the time while living on the isolated island. At any rate, they should start by contacting the police and receiving their instructions. Everything else could wait.
ナチョ先生、もうこの場はどうしようもありませんか。
残念ながら私には何もできませんな。
わかりました。ゲンジ、せめて主人たちの顔を、このような姿を晒すことは当人にとっても屈辱的でしょう。
はい。
And she picked up several dry towels from inside the storehouse. When Eva stopped him with a shrill voice.
ちょっとちょっと、お待ちなさいよ。ここは犯行現場なんでしょ。なら変に手を加えちゃダメよ。私たちは混乱してて現場に土足で踏み入っちゃったけど、それはきっと警察の捜査の邪魔になったわよ。
Matsui glared at Eva, offended. Objectively speaking, Eva was right. Even though she glared at Eva as though accusing her of refusing to do those tragic corpses which had been humiliated after death, the simple kindness of covering their faces. However, Eva had spoken both calmly and correctly. This horrible situation definitely wasn't an accident. It was a crime. Someone had killed them. It was a murder case. But he needed to be careful to avoid disturbing the site any further. He had to do what little they could to aid the police, preserving clues that might help catch the detestable culprit.
私もエヴァさんに賛成ですな。警察が来るまでここは手をつけずにしておくべきです。
奥様、いかがなさいますか。
そうですね。わかりました。ここを閉ざしなさい。それから念のためここに別の施錠をするように。
別の施錠？
ええ、ここに来た時シャッターの鍵は閉じていました。ということはシャッターの鍵を使い犯人が施錠したということです。
確かに道理や。じゃあここを開けた限り犯人の指紋が残ってるんとちゃうんか。
警察に証拠として提出する価値はあるでしょうけど、カノン君が普通に持ってここを開けるのに使用しちゃったわ。多分カノン君の指紋も付着しちゃってるわよ。そしてその鍵はさっき源氏さんに手渡され、源氏さんも素手で受け取ってる。大した証拠にはなりそうにないわね。
それは不用心で
Only
した。
one key?
申し訳ございません。
源氏さん、この倉庫の鍵は他に
Oh,
もあ
yeah,
るんか。
nice thinking. Nice thinking.
いいえ、
Ah,
この一つだけです。
ということは犯人はその鍵を使用人室から持ち出し、そして律儀に元の場所に戻したちゅうことになるな。
the old sick diagram. Who was key? Hideyoshi's theory sounded plausible, but was actually very strange if you thought about it. Why would they go to all the trouble returning the key they stole? No. If you think about it even more deeply, there are some points that are even more bizarre. When a criminal hides a body, they're usually trying to delay the point at which it will be found, so they can use that time to escape. The six weren't necessarily killed here, but it was reasonable to assume that they were killed somewhere on the island, carried to the storehouse, and then hidden to delay the discovery of the crime. And yet, the eerie magic circle scribbled on the storehouse shutter had eloquently indicated the location of the hidden corpses. Sure, it didn't explicitly mention the corpses, but 6 people had gone missing. In that situation, someone had made such an obvious piece of graffiti and even returned a key to the shutter, almost as though they wanted the corpses here to be discovered.
とにかく一度は犯人が開け閉めをした施錠だけでは信用できません。犯人の手からもこの場所を保護する意味で施錠を新たにしたいと言っているのです。
いい案だと思います。私も賛成です。
Genji fished around inside the storehouse and unsealed a brand new padlock that had been inside a small box.
鍵はどうなさいますか?
Eat it.
私が持ちましょう。責任を持って警察に手渡します。
So he took the key to the padlock from Genji's hand. After that, they all exited and lowered the shutter. And so the corpses were once again sealed behind that shutter, which was still covered with that creepy magic circle. This doesn't... It looks like that's the lock in the center. It doesn't look like it's... like you would lock it with a padlock at the bottom. Which is how it seemed like it was locked from their description and how it kind of needed to, like, kneel down to do the unlocking. And then how they're describing kind of like here. Genji crouched down in front of the shutter to fasten the new padlock. Shutters often have a place in front where you can attach your own lock in addition to the main lock of the shutter. This was one of those types. In the midst of the roar of thunder and the pouring rain, the storehouse stood there, ominously. With its closed shutter still covered in a blue-like, creepy substance, it swallowed up the bodies of the 6. To Natsui, putting the new lock on wasn't mainly to preserve the scene for the police. She might have felt like she wanted to shut that mouth for all eternity, to prevent that eerie beast from swallowing up any more victims.
さあ、行きましょう。皆さん、南條先生。ご足労をありがとうございました。現時は急いで警察に連絡を。
戻りましたらすぐに連絡します。
The adults left the storehouse. The ghastly magic circle drawn on the shutter kept the 6 bodies in its throat, looming eerily as the lightning occasionally lit it up. Alright, now that is probably... It's probably a good stopping point. That's a nice thing to have looming over for the, like, next week. Holy. I think that's good enough. Also, oh, they're red. I'm almost afraid to click on them. Oh, I see. This corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. The direct cause of his death is unknown, but it seems the side of his head was smashed in after his death. This the beginning of everything. This changed too? I guess only the red ones. His full face covered. His corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. His face seems to have been smashed after death. He has a right to lament his ill fortune. Her corpse was found inside a rose garden storehouse. Her face seems to have been smashed after death. She was chosen by the demon's roulette. That's all there is to it. Was found inside a rose garden. Her face seems smashed after her death. I'll get to see her again, so I don't feel. I'll get to see her again, so I don't feel lonely. That's a weird phrase, huh? This one I'm not torn up about. The others, though, how unfortunate. Apparently, he was originally supposed to be on duty in the guest house. How unfortunate. Oh, and then it's like only half. So it's like his upper face, pretty much most of her face, like their full faces, pretty much. But him and Shannon are like only half. Don't worry, everyone will be arrived in the Golden Land. Who's making these descriptions? Holy. First Twilight offered the 6 chosen by the key. It's the sacrifices. Chosen by the key. By the key. The one who obtains the key. The one who... Someone did it. Someone found the key. This is correct, yeah? That village, look for the shore, and 2... Look for the shore, the 2 will tell you. There sleeps the key to the Golden Land. Those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. Two who are close. I would have thought Shannon and George, but she was part of the 6. These pair are gone, this pair is gone, that pair is gone. Guess you can consider that. Maybe it could be Kenzo and Genji, or Kenzo and Nanjo. Jessica and Natsui are candidates. But I feel like maybe Eva and Hideyoshi, right? Maria and Rosa wouldn't be valid anyway. I mean, yeah, she did, like, slap her a bit. Like, the night before, but... I don't know. It's not like she downright hated her. Well, before we confirmed that Rosa was killed here. I don't think I would consider Battler all that close to anyone. If anything, it would have been Kyrie. Because everyone else he hadn't, like, met for 6 years. Like, hadn't seen for, like, 6 years or so, so I don't think he can be considered close to like the cousins or servants or anything. It's a mystery. But a mystery that waits until next week. Oh boy. I was thinking maybe I want to do more on the weekend, but I think I'm thinking now like a week between streams is actually good. As much as I maybe want to keep playing anyway, keep going. It gives me time to like think on the events that happened and form my thoughts better. Bum rushing everything kind of doesn't give you time to do all that, and you forget like a lot of details more easily. Anyway, let's get some calmer music in here and then stream for today. Very enjoyable. Extraordinarily slow start, but I'm sure things are gonna pick up a lot more now, yeah. Especially after that. Yeah, let's go ahead and end. Woo. Oh boy. Would hope 6 murders will make them stop yapping and do something else. What are they gonna start doing though? Man, I wanna... No, we'll save more theory crafting for the start of next stream next week. Eva will blame this on Atsui so much. She probably fucking would. It's... Here, one more fish. What are you messaging me about? Yo! That what the spiky thing? What is urchin? In the lake? Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and end things now. As always, and everyone watch me, thanks for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Monday, probably go back to playing some Jack 2. I was enjoying that. Maybe somewhere midweek, play another Sonic game. Try out the Sonic Unleashed decomp, that could be fun. And then, of course, on Friday again, we go ahead and continue where we left off here after settling down and digesting all that info and events that just happened. Oh, man. Actually felt some emotion there during that entire thing. Oh, that's the good stuff. I like it. But right, before I yap on any longer, see ya.